Greetings, divine radiance. How are you? Okay, so I am just going to scoot over just a little bit while we get this party started. Okay, there we go. So I don't usually stream in here. The light is super bright, face is super oily, but here we are. So we are going to just wait for people to join us. Who just got on? Let me know. Leave a comment. Let me know who you are. Hey, Anitra, welcome, welcome, welcome. I literally had a sacred bath, took a shower, and put on some PJs. So I'm here to be comfy with you guys because you guys know we go. When we get on Empower Hour, we go. So in case we go, right? When we done, I'm already ready to relax. Hello, hello. Who is client Casey? Welcome. This is your first time joining us. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome. If you haven't subscribed already, please go ahead and do so. So what we're doing right now is we're just allowing people time to trickle on. So yeah, so go ahead and talk to me. How's your day been? How's your week been? We're in November 2021. Can you guys believe that? Like it's amazing, right? Time is just flying by because we're having fun. So yes, yes, yes. Who else is on? I see there's another person on. Welcome. Thank you for being here. How are you today? Hey TK, how are you? Love and light to you too. Love and light to you too. So you know what? When I was in my sacred bath, Spirit was talking to me about all sorts of things. And I remember when I first started meditating, leave me a comment, let me know if you can relate to this. But I remember when I first started meditating, the goal was to quiet my mind. And for me, what that meant was complete silence, right? But then over time, what I realized was it wasn't about complete silence. It was about silencing my thoughts so spirit could speak to me, right? So when I'm in deep meditation, spirit speaks to me and guides me the most. So it's just pretty amazing. But you guys remember how in the beginning for Empower Hour, I used to do a free mini reading for whoever was on first? Well, now what Spirit said is for next month's Empower Hour, I'm going to do a contest, right? And this is what the contest will be. Whoever invites the most people to join, and your people says, hey, Anitra invited me, TK invited me, Zen invited me, right? I'm going to tally up how many people you invited that are on the live. And then whoever has the most invites that are on the live will get a free reading. So I'm excited. I'm grateful Spirit gave that to me. So, yes, yes, yes. Hey, Zen, how are you? Zen said, hi, everyone. Hope you all are doing good. I am doing fantastic. How are you? And Anitra said, time is flying this year. I know, right? It's crazy, right? But it feels good. It feels like it's flying by in a very positive way. And you know how they say time flies when you're having fun? Well, when you're sad and you're down and you're out of touch with who you are, right? It goes really slow and it feels really heavy, right? So, um, well, I don't know. Were you first? I know Anitra had the comment first, but that's not this time, right? That's how it was in the past, right? In the past, I used to do that, and that ended a while ago. But for next month's Empower Hour, that's the new contest, right? If you invite people to join and then they comment and let me know who invited them by saying, client Casey invited me, right? And then that way I'll tally up and whoever has the most will get the free reading. So yeah, that's what I thought, Anitra. I thought you were first. Hey Shanna, how are you? How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So are you guys ready to do some deep breathing? Look, I'm like scooting over. My altar is on that side of me. And like I said, it's been a while since I've set up in here. I'm in my room, you guys, so that my son, because he's off today, so my son doesn't have to be quiet, if he goes in the kitchen or whatever. He has the rest of the place to himself. So let's see. Oh, okay, okay. Anitra said, I believe we posted at the same time. Shanna said, I am blessed. And we have, okay, Shauna is on with us too. Hey, how are you? And Daryl is on with us. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Hello, hello. So, yes, you guys, are you ready to get into some deep breathing? And I'm going to announce the contest again, as people trickle on so that everyone has an opportunity to participate. But let's go ahead and start with our breathing. So, What I'd like you to do is just relax. Just allow yourself to relax. Take a deep breath and relax your shoulders as you exhale. So just let those shoulders drop, loosen your spine, right? And so, what we're going to do, we're just going to do a grounding exercise. And while we're breathing together and grounding, I'm going to be sending Reiki to your heart chakra and your solar plexus. And keep in mind, the energy is very intelligent. So, although those are the places I'm sending it, wherever it serves your highest good to receive this healing, it will go. Okay. So, just go ahead and close your eyes and take some slow, deep breaths, inhaling slow and deep through your nose. And as you're breathing in through your nose, I'd like you to breathe in love, light, and healing. And then I'd like you to exhale out through your mouth. And as you're exhaling, I'd like you to release all that's no longer serving you. If there's something specific that you'd like to focus on releasing, then focus on that with every exhale. And as you continue to breathe, I'm calling in highest light guides, angels, ancestors, healers, teachers, wise ones, ascended masters, helpful companions, and our strongest guardians of protection of highest light and love. I'm calling you in now. I'm thanking you for filling the space. I'm thanking you for using me as a vessel of highest light and love so that I may deliver a message that serves those that are joining us live and those that are watching on the replay. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you for opening the hearts, the minds, and the souls of those that I'm serving today so that they may receive whatever message is for them. I thank you, and so it is. So just go ahead and continue to inhale slow and deep, breathing in love, light, and healing. And continue to exhale out through your mouth, releasing all that's no longer serving you. I'd like you to bring your focus to the top of your head, which is your crown chakra. And I'd like you to give your crown chakra permission to open. Open your crown chakra now and just allow divine love and light from your highest source of power to flow in through your crown. And just feel that warm, loving energy as it travels down to your third eye chakra, extending out to your ear chakras, traveling down to your throat chakra, down into your heart chakra, and just allow that healing, loving energy to take a moment at your heart chakra and just allow it to connect with and release any pain, any sorrow, anything heavy that's lingering in your heart chakra. As that healing energy continues to travel down, feel it down in your solar plexus, down in your sacral. Feel it traveling down your thighs, into your knees, your calves, your ankles, and into your feet. You may notice a tingling sensation in your feet, and that's okay. Allow the soles of your feet to open and feel roots growing from the soles of your feet. Feel those roots penetrating whatever surface your feet is resting on, and feel it traveling down to the center of Mother Earth, stopping for a moment to send Mother Earth love, light, healing, and gratitude. And just allow yourself to connect to the warm, nurturing energy of Mother Earth, bringing her energy up through those roots. Feel it traveling up through the soles of your feet, into your ankles and your calves, into your knees, your thighs, into your root chakra, your sacral, your solar plexus, your heart, taking a moment to allow Mother Earth's energy to fill you with love, freedom, and courage, and bringing that energy up to your throat chakra, up to your ear chakras and your third eye, and up and out your crown. Allow Mother Earth's energy to travel deep into the cosmos, connecting to your highest source of power, allowing the two energies to intertwine, intermingle, and then bringing that powerful energy back down through your crown and feeling it disperse throughout your entire cellular being. Setting the intention that for the rest of the day, with every inhale, you'll breathe in love, light, and healing. And with every exhale, you'll release all that's no longer serving you. And when you're ready, go ahead and open your eyes and let me know how you're feeling. If you're feeling more relaxed than you were before we did that exercise, go ahead and give the video a thumbs up. Let's see. How is everyone feeling? And while I'm waiting, since we've got a few more people that have joined, the announcement that I made earlier, for those of you that have been with me since the beginning of time, you remember when I used to do the free reading for the first person on, right? Well, I was taking a sacred bath, meditating today, and Spirit was like, I've got something for you to do for free readings. So, what we're going to start doing next month, and I don't know if it's going to continue beyond that, but next month, the whoever invites the most people on to join us for Empower Hour will receive the free reading, right? And so the way that will work is whoever you've invited, they'll go ahead and type in the comments, your name invited me, right? Okay, and then I'll be keeping a tally, and then at the end, you'll know who the winner is, okay? So let's see. TK said, definitely release some gunk, much lighter now. Awesome. I feel lighter now too. Do you guys ever notice when we first start before the breathing, I'm always super hype. And then once we get into it, I'm like, oh, it just relaxes me so much. Not to mention, like when I tell you, I literally took a sacred bath before Empower Hour. I took a sacred bath and I showered. And before that, I had a session with Gillian this morning. So listen, I am all the way ready. But okay, let's go ahead and get into the messages for today. Let's see what Spirit has in store for us, you guys. I'm so excited to be here with you. I'm still floating on the high from the retreat. We had the 2021 Activating You retreat, which was phenomenal. So I am still floating on that high. Okay. So I'm just in a zone of comfort, relaxation, healing. You know what I mean? I'm just in this amazing place right now. So let's see. Okay, Spirit, what message do you have for us today? Spirit didn't come to play, okay? We don't usually use this many decks at one time, but today is the day. Ooh, that one just, I don't know if you saw it, just turned right over for us. Okay, and pull from the bottom. And then for now, I'm being told that's it as far as pulling. And we will pull more from those other decks after. Okay. Now, first we got yin yang. Now, every time this card comes up, this is the first time I didn't say yin yang. You guys know yin yang twins. Every time this card comes up, I usually say it, but we got yin and yang. Okay. We also got the journey card, and we got the magician and the mirror. Okay. So first, before I go into the other cards, what Spirit is telling me to do is to start with these. So number one, what Spirit would like you to know is now is the time for you to create balance in your life, right? What I'm receiving is for the most part, as a collective, we've been a bit out of balance, you guys, right? We've been holding on to things that no longer serves our highest good, right? Because things are coming to the surface, and Spirit has been bringing them to the surface because we've chosen to heal, right? We've chosen to elevate, we've chosen to ascend. And so in order for us to do that, we've got to be aware, consciously aware of what gunk is keeping us blocked and keeping us stuck and stagnant, right? So what's happening is for many of us, as these things are coming to the surface, instead of us saying, "Ooh, thank you, Spirit, you've answered my prayer, you've answered my manifestation, I'm ready to heal it, let's release it, show me the way," we've allowed it to make our energy heavy and to bog us down, right? Now, this is for us as a collective. Now, some of us have entered into that balance, right? And Spirit is commending you for doing that. Now, those of you that are feeling a little heavy, Spirit is telling me to let you know you're being commended too, because you've called on this. You've called on this to rise up in your energy so you can let it go. However, you weren't aware that this is what was happening. So if you've been feeling anxious, if you've been feeling a little depressed or just a little out of balance, this is why. It's time for you to go deep and heavy in your spiritual practices, right? If you've been called to work with a coach, whether it's myself or someone else, now is the time to do that, right? And here's the thing. What I'm being told to tell you is this is a natural part of your journey, right? Your journey is elevating and your journey is shifting. So some of you may notice that blessings are just falling into your lap, left and right? It's like at one point, manifesting was something that you put in a lot of effort to do. And now you may be noticing that when you think it or speak it, it's happening. I know I have. If you have, let me know. Let me know in the comments. Hey, Alexa, welcome. If you've been noticing that your manifestations are happening more often and quicker and with very little effort, it's because you're at that point of your journey, right? You've elevated, you're at that point in the journey. And now, what Spirit is also saying is the magician in the mirror. So you have really activated, and look at these two cards. You have really activated your divine power to create the world that you choose to exist in, right? The world that you choose to exist in. Now, as I'm saying that, what Spirit is saying is it's really important for you to not stop what you've done to get to this point. And it's important for you to not stay where you are right now, right? Because you're constantly growing, you're constantly elevating. Everything is moving. Energy is always moving, right? But sometimes what happens is when you feel like I've arrived, you stop pouring into yourself, right? You stop doing your self-love, self-care, spiritual healing, mental emotional healing practices. And so Spirit is saying do not get in that comfort zone where you allow yourself to fall back, continue to grow, continue to elevate. Now, with the magician in the mirror, with the journey card and the yin yang card, notice the colors, right? We have the blue, we have the yellow. All three of these cards have a similarity, right? And so, what this is telling you is it's time for you to deeply connect to your power. And it's time for you to speak your truth. Now, we have gotten this message so many times, but notice how it's like it's just calm today. Spirit is like, okay, enough is enough. You know what to do. You're here now. So what are you waiting for? So many of you are still holding on to that message that's in your soul, that message that's in your heart, that message that you've been channeling. So many of you are still on the fence about what am I here to do? Or I'm doing this. Is this all right? And so you get so caught up in the question of, is this all, that you stop moving and you're putting all of your attention and energy into attempting to figure it out as opposed to being in flow, right? So you're being called to be in flow. You're being called, I'm hearing, to be like water, and I'm hearing Bruce Lee in my head, right? So let's see what you all are saying. You guys are quiet today. Talk to me. Talk to me. Let me know how you're doing. Zen said, yes, speak your truth. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. I just heard you've gotten beyond the point of no return, right? Of no return. And it just sounded really weird as it came through. But I'm also hearing black, black, no take backs. You guys remember that as a kid? I used to do this, black, black, no take backs, right? And so what Spirit is saying is basically you're at a point where you're beyond going backwards, right? You're beyond going backwards. You're beyond falling back into that state that you were in before you started your journey. Now, here's the thing, as I say that, I'm being told to tell you sometimes you're required to pause, right? And reflect. And that may feel like you're taking steps backwards, but it's not the same, right? Reflecting and pausing is not the same as going backwards. But in that state of reflection, you may be shown things that are holding you back, things that are keeping you stuck, and things that are throwing your energy out of balance, right? And so in that moment, you're being called to not judge yourself or to not judge what you see, what you hear, what you feel, or what you've experienced. You're being called to be curious and to move forward with the intention of healing it and releasing it, right? So let's see what y'all are saying. Zen said, affirm, I am like water. I am water. My mind is water. I flow. Absolutely. And so it is. And so it is. You guys may feel led to copy that, copy it into your phone so you can paste it and just tell yourself that every day, right? When we were at the retreat, the whole time. Now, I grew up in the Bay Area, Berkeley, California. We had Alameda Beach, right? I've been to the beach several times. When I was in Washington State, went to the beach, right? It was a little further out, but I went. I have never been on a beach where the waves were so powerful and that constant sound of them going out and coming in, right, was so soothing and peaceful. And Spirit brought forth a message to us to be like those waves, right? There was no fighting, there was no pushing or pulling. The waves were simply doing what they came here to do. And in that natural, peaceful calm of flow, power was created, right? Power was created. So Spirit is telling you to be in flow, like the waves, right? In and out, up and down. back and forth, side to side. No fight, no tension, just be, right? And that's where your power is formed. I just heard you have been on this journey and now it's time to up level. Let me know what up level is for you, right? Let me know. And if you don't know, that's okay too. Say, I don't know. I'm not sure, right? But let me know, what is up level to you? What is up level to you? And while we're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and give you the other card. Shanna said, Cali, baby. Yes, yes, yes. Born and raised. So we have angelic assistance, divine guidance, loving support. And notice how the light is just hitting that card, and it just felt like the light of the divine shining down on us, right? So, what spirit would like you to know is that you're not alone, right? Nothing that you are doing on your journey involves you being alone or you doing it alone, right? You have assistance, but it's up to you to reach out to it, reach out for it, right? I'm hearing your heart has been heavy. Now, this may be one or two of you, because I know for sure some of you are on here today and your heart is light as a feather, right? Light as a feather. But for those of you who has a heavy heart right now, what spirit would like you to know is now is the time for you to choose, right? You get to choose to remain in that space of heaviness, or you get to choose to elevate beyond it, right? And the messages today, they just feel so simple. They feel like a reiteration of things we've already heard, and they feel just like like spirit is just saying, this is it, this is where you are. It's simple, just make a choice and then move forward, right? Make a choice and then move forward, right? And I'm being told to tell you, we did the zip lining, you guys. Yes, we did the zip lining, and you guys know I was deathly afraid of ziplining. And the reason I made it a activity at the retreat was because of that, right? And I've chosen, if I'm afraid of something, to face it, because I choose to be fearless. The way I become fearless, the way you become fearless, is we take action in spite of the fear, right? And then when we realize there's nothing to fear, then we can release that fear and we continue that process until we're not afraid of anything, right? So the thing that I'm being told to share with you is, when I got to the villa, right, I was like, okay, I feel pretty good. I don't really feel afraid, right? And then we watched a video because one of the women was like, what is zip lining? So I pulled up a video, and when I was looking at it, I was like, I can feel it coming back. But then I just chose to release it, right? I chose to stop holding on to that story of, after I went through my conscious awakening, my conscious spiritual journey, healing journey, I became afraid of heights, right? I have been telling you guys that. I have been solidifying that story and claiming it as my reality. And then I just chose to not be afraid anymore, right? I just chose. I'm choosing to release the fear. And then I was like, okay, you guys, I'm not feeling no fear. Right? I'm not feeling fear. Am I not afraid? And then they kept saying, you're gonna enjoy it. You're gonna have fun. I was like, I wouldn't go that far. Let's just start with, I'm not feeling fear, okay? And then we go zip lining, and you know what? I actually enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. So now let me share something else with you. So I went to the haunted house. My mom actually went with me because I'm at the point where if I don't have anybody to go with me, I'll go by myself. I am not going to let being alone stop me from enjoying life, right? And so my mom was like, well, I'll go with you. It was her first haunted house. My mom is 64, right? It was so amazing having her. Well, there was this one part where you had to walk the whole time. I'm like, come on, mom. I feel like the reason why I don't get scared, and I shared this with Gillian this morning, is because I'm super analytical, and also I'm kind of psychic. So I know when they're gonna jump out, so I don't get scared, right? Kind of takes the fun out of the scare, right? So, anyways, I'm telling my mom, like, mom, look, they're probably gonna jump out there. Look, they're right there. There's somebody there. So, anyways, let's move forward. There's this one part where the guy's like, this way. And I was like, no, I don't believe you. Because when you look in there, it's like this little narrow pathway, right? Narrow pathway. It's old wood. And I was like, and then I felt that fear come again. I felt it. And I was like, Spirit got me. And I was like, I'm fearless. I'm choosing not to be afraid. Spirit's got me. And then I started walking. Now, after I think about it, I'm pretty sure it was an illusion, right? Because when I tell you it was thin, like you could not walk side by side, and then I'm close up against the wall starts to lean on me. And I'm like, oh no. And then I keep walking, spirits got me, right? So because I chose to overcome the fear of zip lining, when I was faced with another form of fear, it was easier to release that, right? So spirit would like you to know that once you put yourself in that place of choosing, whether it's choosing to release fear, whether it's choosing to release trauma, whether it's choosing to practice more self love and self care, once you make that choice and you act in that energy, the next time you're faced with something that's similar or the same, it becomes easier and easier and easier, right? Now, you won't catch me jumping out of no planes, but let me tell you, I may go parasailing again, and I definitely feel like I'm going to go ziplining again. Let's see what you all are saying. Um, Daryl said, yes. TK said, I'm sure of what that looks like. You are sure? And oh, you're unsure. Okay, okay. And up level would mean creating independent wealth and releasing fear, asking for what I want and getting it. So, you know what? Let me just say this, okay? And let me know what your actual name is. I really love to know your actual names, you guys, so that when I see you on, I know who I'm talking to as opposed to a screen name. I just feel like we're connected deeper. Um, so, what I'd like to encourage you to do is to cancel delete asking for what I want. You know, you guys that have been with me, you know, lack language versus abundance language. And when we say I want, I need, whatever, the universe responds giving us more want and need. So we're in this constant state of wanting and never feeling fulfilled. So if you say asking for what, or even cancel delete asking, because asking would indicate that someone is giving you permission, or your blessings or your gifts or your manifestations are coming from a source outside of self, right? So up level would mean creating independent wealth and releasing fear, choosing what serves my highest good and getting it, right? And you can even say, and creating it, right? So the way we speak has a very powerful frequency, and it actually shapes and molds our reality, right? So being aware of how you're speaking your manifestations, right? So thank you for sharing that. Anitra said you were amazing on that zip line. Thank you, sister. You were too. I know you weren't afraid though. You did it before. But yes, you guys encouraged me so much. It's like, listen, let me go ahead and release this fear. And then I had you guys holding space. So that helped. Helped. Shanna said up leveling is shedding what isn't serving me and putting bad habits down, not to bed to wake up again, but down to death. Awesome, 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 awesome. At least that's what I'm feeling. And that's good. That's good. And TK, I'm just kind of connecting with your energy because I know you said you're unsure of what that looks like. So, but TK, you know, even if you're unsure of what that looks like, you know you can ask spirit. So go ahead and tap in and ask spirit. You were in REM, you were in activating you know how to connect and get the answers. So tap in and ask spirit and then let me know what you receive at that point. Tanya said, I've gone both parasailing and zip lining. I was terrified both times, but did it to face my fears. I even went horseback riding, not my thing, but I did love to see people facing their fears. You know what? That's amazing. That is so amazing. When I went parasailing, I was the one who thought this would be a great date. And I was so afraid the whole time. I was like, what was I thinking? But then when I took a look around, it was so beautiful, right? It was just beautiful. But yeah, I'm really excited to be releasing that fear of heights because it hinders me from enjoying life. You know, it just, anytime there's a fear, it stops us from enjoying life to the fullest, right? Whenever we're afraid, we can't really enjoy life to the fullest because in the back of our mind, we're always fearful. Now, I've shared this with you guys as far as what spirit is teaching me when it comes to fear. Because whenever I feel a fear, my fear is centered around things that are man made, right? So many of you have heard me say this before. Some of you who are joining for the first time, this will be your first time hearing it. But what spirit is calling me to do is to have my faith in spirit be greater than my lack of faith in man, right? So, what I'd like you to do as you really take inventory of what your fears are, I like you to ask yourself, what is this fear rooted in, right? Where does it stem from, right? Why am I afraid of whatever you're afraid of, right? This can be a journal prompting, right? I recommend taking some slow, deep breaths. You may even meditate first and then bust out your journal and ask your soul those questions. Because when you can identify where it comes from, right, then you have a greater chance of releasing it with little to no effort, right? And when I say that, I mean you don't have to fight to do it. Now, of course, there's gonna be effort. The effort for me was going ziplining, right? The effort for me. And listen, when I tell you, I thought I was getting out of it, right? I thought I could just say, well, right? Because Anitra, along with some of the other amazing women that were at the retreat, was like, well, I could literally just stay here and get another massage. We don't have to go nowhere, right? So I'm like, well, okay, I guess I could go zip line another time. So let's take a vote. And one woman said, well, I've never been ziplining. I could get a massage anywhere. So let's do ziplining. And because ziplining was a part of the retreat, that one vote was the deciding factor. Spirit was like, you are not getting out of this. You are not doing it. Not today. So we did it. Let's see. TK said, Spirit said, releasing fear of full self. Yes. Yes. And even see how you have the tools, right? Like you know how to tap in, right? We worked together for over a year, right? You have the tools. You know how to do it. But in that moment, you didn't exercise that tool, right? And that's a part of that fear. And see how that fear can hinder you, right? You went into being unsure, right? To receiving the answer. And that's the difference. That's how fear hinders us and stops our growth, stops our progress, right? Because it'll keep us from connecting to our true essence or to the true essence of a situation, right? So that's a perfect example. Thank you for allowing this to be, shared for all of us to witness and to see, right? Because Spirit says it's a perfect example of how fear can hold us back. TK said, I'm seeing how I dress, where I go, etc. Basically stop shrinking and hiding. Yes. And I'm so glad that you said that. With that, I'm going to show the next card and then I'm going to get into that. It says bright heart light, open connections, right? Okay. So one of the things that has been coming through as a message lately, literally, I don't know if you guys saw where I did the reading special recently, and I would say almost everyone that got the reading, the message that was coming through was to stop dimming, right? To stop dimming. Now, they were doing it in different ways, but that was the message, right? And so, right now, Spirit is letting us know that now is the time for us to, this card, bright heart light, right? For us to be light at heart, light at spirit, and light at soul. And what that means is to be ourselves, right? Because when we aren't being ourselves and we are putting on a mask or we are showing up as we believe the world, right, would like us to be, that's heavy, right? It's heavy. And even though you may not connect the heaviness with that action or that act in and of itself, the way your life is altered creates the heaviness, right? Because when you have all of these yearnings in your soul, right? And I don't mean yearning for like wealth or yearning for like a partner or yearning for adventure or whatever, right? I don't mean like this tangible 3D realm of yearning, right? Now, there's nothing wrong with yearning for those things. I'm choosing those things in my life too, right? But what I mean is that yearning to be free, that yearning to be yourself, that yearning to exist, right, at your highest conscious state without the burden of shrinking, right? Let's imagine this. If you have children, or if you know somebody whose shoe size is smaller than yours, put the shoe on. Not just one, but two, and then walk in them, right? And if you can't do that, just imagine how that would feel. And imagine that being your life every day, day in and day out, no break, no taking the shoe off, right? But every day you're walking around in shoes that are way too small. How uncomfortable is that? Right? How effective would you be in a race? How effective would you be at all? Because you're in pain. How friendly would you be? How high would your vibe be? Not too high, right? It'd be kind of low because of that pain. So, Spirit is saying it's time for you to be yourself, right? Stop dimming. Stop dimming. And if you're unsure of who that is, right? If who, because some of us, we've been dimming and we've been people pleasing for so long, we don't even remember who we are, right? So, the way that you can become more aware of who you truly are is by following the promptings of your soul. When you feel like doing something, do it before you have an opportunity to think your way out of it, right? We're not being called to use thought and logic right now, right? There's a time and a place where you combine being guided by spirit, right? With thought and logic. And let me tell you, it's not thought and logic the way you've been taught to know it, right? It's spirit talking to you, guiding you, and it may not be talking how I hear. It could be whatever way spirit connects with you. But spirit will give you truth, and that becomes your thought and your logic. Spirit will guide you, and that becomes your thought and your logic, right? The way we've been taught to exist actually is not aligned with what serves our highest good. It actually keeps us disconnected. It keeps us in that state of dimming, and it keeps us in a state of heavy frequency, right? Let me see what you all are saying. Shanna said, yes, Tessa, that's it. Thank you for that. Shauna said, fear of full self. Yes. And see, notice the similarity, right? Literally, this is one of the things that have, as light workers, those of us that have agreed to be consciously aware and wake up in this lifetime, I guarantee you, we all have had this as a fear at some point in time, whether we still have it or not. So let me tell you what I released at the retreat. I released self doubt, right? Self doubt. Now, I'm going to tell you, I'm pretty confident and pretty sure in a lot of things. But what I realized is because the way I've been guided by spirit to serve, it's so not like the average person who does this kind of work that there were times where I would be like, okay, are they going to receive it, and I'm going to say specifically the retreat, because with the coaching I used to feel that way with that. I released that a while ago, but with the retreat, because there's no like ABCD, 8 a.m. we're doing this, 9 a.m. we're doing this. Notice how I'm a robot. We don't operate like that, which is how society teaches us to be, right? But most people are used to operating like that. So when you're in flow and the only thing that is pre-planned is the time we having breakfast, lunch, and dinner, right? Then it can be a little shocking to a person's system who isn't ready. Or this was my thought. This was ego talking, right? And what spirit told me was the reason why you have been called to serve like this is because it's time for the collective to learn how to be in flow, how to be guided in every single second of life, right? Because it's easy to allow spirit to guide us when it's convenient. But what happens when you're in a meeting, right? And spirit tells you to do something and it's out of the ordinary, or it feels uncomfortable, or you don't feel like it's going to be accepted? What happens to the flow then? Do you stick to the itinerary, or do you do what spirit guides you to do, right? Now, when we're in the energy of dimming, or we're in the energy of people pleasing, or when we fear not being accepted, or we have less faith in spirit when it comes to knowing that we are financially supported and we feel like, well, this is my job, I got to work to live, right? A lot of times we're going to not do what spirit guides us to do. So, long story short, that was a form of doubt that I was carrying, right? And spirit gave me so many messages, y'all, on releasing that. It's so many to get into right now, but I released it and I laid it down. And I didn't realize how much it was affecting other areas of my life that had nothing to do with serving. And it wasn't even like I doubted myself in those areas, but those areas were affected from that single form of doubt, right? So, what I'd like you to do is think about the things that hey, Shamika, missed you so much. So, what I'd like you to do is think about those of you that shared, and even those of you that didn't share, but if you know in your, if you know what it is that your up level looks like or what your fear is, I like you to think about how it's been affecting you in other areas of your life that seem unrelated to the topic at hand, right? Meaning, like, whatever that fear is, whatever that level up, whatever on the other side of the level up, right? How has it affected you in other areas of your life, right? And let me know if you feel like sharing. By all means, please do. Let's see. Zen said, I'm afraid of embarrassing myself and becoming a meme. I know I cannot control how others view me. You know what? That's huge for a lot of people too, and here's the thing. Some people have mentioned imposter syndrome, right? Where they're here doing the work that they're called to do, but because the healing journey is the never ending story and we're never fully healed, right? We're either healing from this lifetime, healing from past lifetimes, healing from the beginning of time, whatever the case may be, right? But we're called to serve while we're healing. We're maintaining the healing we've had. So it's always in motion, right? And so sometimes people will feel like they're unworthy to be seen. They're unworthy to be heard. They're unworthy to teach because they're carrying on or holding on to exactly what you just said, right? That embarrassment, that saying something or doing something that'll make a person look at you and say, "Who are you and why are you on my screen? Who are you and why are you in my timeline?" Right? So, Spirit would like you to know that you are here to serve. You have a voice, you have a vision. And this isn't just for Zen. I'm being told this is for everyone that's on, whether you live or watching it later. But it's time for you to move in spite of, right? It's time for you to allow your soul to be felt. And when you're just being yourself, when you're just being yourself, listen, that is the only time the souls that you're called to reach will find you. It doesn't matter how polished you are. It doesn't matter how intelligent you are. It doesn't matter how much you've got it together according to society's standards of having it together. If you are not being your true and authentic self, those souls that you are meant to connect with, they don't see you, they don't hear you, they feel you first, right? If you're showing up as something else, they don't feel you. So no matter what you say, what you do, they're not going to feel you and they're not going to connect with you. So as I'm saying this, what Spirit is telling me to tell you, for those of you where it is your calling to make your soul's purpose your soul income, and you're saying to yourself or to others, like, I don't really know why I'm not receiving clients, or I don't really know why my business isn't growing, I don't know why I don't feel fulfilled. Well, that's why, right? That's why you're being called to stop doing it like everyone else and to do it like you, right? It's so funny because I'm goofy, y'all. I'm silly. I'm goofy. I'm just me. That's just Nahkila. My inner child and me. I don't connect with my inner child because we are merged. We are one. My inner child is always present, right? You don't always see it as much when I'm serving, like right now, because I'm channeling and I'm giving you what I'm receiving, right? But it peeks in here and there. Those that my soul clients that are in the one-on-ones or in the group mentorship, they see it more. But at the retreat, I kept saying, I'm working on my serious self, y'all. I'm working on my serious self. And at one point, Anitra was like, why? And I was like, I'm kidding. I'm joking. See, I'm working on my serious self. So, because I love being how I am, but I'm just me. Deasia, she was like, Nahkila is silly, and it's like, I am. I'm just me. I don't show up the way society says, oh, a life coach is supposed to show up. You're the expert. You got to be. I'm in pajamas right now, y'all. And today it's not just the bottom, it's the top too. Okay. I took my second bath, then my shower, and I just put on pajamas because it's comfortable, right? I show up as me. And that's what you're being called to do. Show up as you, right? Show up as you. You are the divine having a human experience, right? You are perfect, whole, and complete. It's time for you to release any attachment to traumas, to teachings, to influences, to disappointments, right? And anything else you can think of, to lack, that makes you believe otherwise, right? When you think in terms of your highest source of power, what do you think of? Let me know. Let me know in the comments. When you think in terms of your highest source of power, what do you think of? Right? Some of you may call your highest source of power God. When you think of God, what do you feel that God is capable of? When you think of the universe or the Most High or Allah, what do you feel that your highest source of power is capable of? Right? Let me know. Let me know. Okay. Anitra said 101s are the business. I am so grateful. I am so grateful. Let's see. Hey, Pat. Hey, Mom. Thanks, Mom. Let's see. Let me see what you guys are saying. Did I miss anything? Okay. Awesome. So Shamika, since you sent your payment first, you'll be the first person to get a reading. And you may have to remind me again that it's a general, okay, at the end. Um, Shauna said, truth, reality is so crazy compared to what we should have, right? And cancel delete should, because should falls under lack as well, right? We don't do shoulda, wouldas, or couldas, right? What serves our highest good to have, right? Or what's our birthright to have, right? That's in the abundant frequency, right? But yes, it is. It's crazy how programmed we've been. And here's the reason why. When we recognize our power, when we step into ourselves fully, when we truly realize I am the divine having a human experience. I've shared, on TikTok, I've shared, can you guys see this tattoo? I am God is. And I have it this way. So when I look in the mirror, I can read it. If someone's standing in front of me, it looks backwards, right? But it's I am God is, right? I am God is. I am capable of all that God is capable of, right? I am. And so are you, right? So when we really get in that frequency of knowing that I am capable of all that God is capable of because I am God having a human experience, what would we do with ourselves? Right? What will we do with ourselves? We will be parting seas. We will be walking on water, right? We will be in the wilderness for 40 days and 40 nights, chilling like a light worker, right? Receiving all of the juicy downloads, right? We will be confident. We will be serving from a place of power, releasing all doubt. And this world would be heaven on earth, right? Heaven on earth, right? So it's time for us to look at all of these things that we say and ask spirit, what does it really mean? What does that really look like? Right? Because we say it now, it's so cliche. It's kind of cool now to be a light worker. It's kind of cool now to do readings, to get readings, to give readings, all this. It's cool to meditate, to do all the trendy stuff. And we just are robots again, right? But when we literally connect to spirit and ask spirit, what does this really mean? Right? And then ask, what does it really mean for me? Because what it means for the collective and what it means for you can be two different things, and both can be valuable for you. But it's really important to ask spirit as it relates to you as well. As a matter of fact, first, right? Let's see what y'all are saying. Shanna said, yes, boo to TK. Shamika said, I missed you all. So glad I caught you. Just got off work, so will be driving. Okay, awesome. I'm glad you're here. Pat said, hello, soul family. Hey, Pat. Oh, and speaking of Pat, I like to take a moment. I received a $50 donation as a thank you for the last guided hypnotation that I posted from someone named Patricia. And I thought it was Pat from our soul family. I don't know who it is, but if you're watching this, if you're on with us now, I just like to take a moment to say thank you. And then also, you guys, there's like these little icons you can push when we're in live chat, which are donations as well. And I was in my YouTube studio and I realized that some of you have sent things that I didn't realize you sent. So I like to say thank you to those of you that have done that too. So thank you so much. I appreciate it, you guys. Let's see. Oh, Pat said, God, source the divine. Yes. Zen said, God is able to heal me to perfection. And let me just tell you, God's not going to heal you to perfection because you're already perfect, right? You're perfect even in your unhealedness. You're perfect because your unhealedness is serving a purpose and it's a part of this human experience, right? That the divine, who is you in human form, came here to choose to experience. So you're perfect, but yes, God can heal you. God can heal you where you feel connected to your perfection, right? Where you identify with your perfection, right? And so, with that being said, if God can do that, so can you. So can you. Whatever God can do, you can do, right? So, yeah, yeah. Hi, Christy. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. So, let's see. Shanna said love and laughter. Christy said thank you. You are so welcome. Let's see. My mom said my greatest source is peace. Awesome, awesome. So when you think of your highest source of power, God, the divine spirit, the most high, the universe, whatever, Jah, Jehovah, Allah, you think peace, right? So what that means is you're able to experience peace at all times, At all times. I'm going to share this with you guys. Now, some of you may have heard this before because sometimes in different situations, Spirit tells me to share things that have been shared before, right? But this just came through to share again. When I first started my journey, right, there were a lot of things that I felt called to do that as I got deeper on my journey, I no longer felt called to do. And I'm going to share one with you a little later. But in the beginning, I stopped drinking, right? I had don't really drink liquor. I may have a margarita time to time, but most often I get virgin ones. I did in Mexico. We got regular ones. They was good too. But anyways, at one point I started craving a glass of Moscato. And Spirit said, "Who told you to stop drinking? You can drink everything in moderation." I was like, "Oh." So once I got that permission from Spirit, it took me like a month and a half to drink a glass of wine because it was like, "Oh, okay." And then I wasn't craving it no more, right? Also, when I first started my journey, I was a little out of balance when it came to the duality of me as a human being, right? And so this year, a few months back, my mom and my bonus dad and I we went to this Mexican restaurant that we would go to Chattanooga to go to because they had these amazing vegan tacos, right? And so, anyways, we went and they were just kind of rude. Almost every time we went, they were just a little rude. It was always something, but the tacos were so good. We gave it another shot, right? And so, anyways, this particular day, the guy said something to me that was so out of pocket. And I just remember Spirit telling me sometimes you have to meet people where they are. Now, I got this message before. And so I just, I checked him. I checked him in my light worker kind of way, but he got the point, right? And so what Spirit told me, because after I checked him and I met him where he was, I felt fine. I felt peaceful. I felt calm. I wasn't mad. I was just at peace. And so what Spirit said is, sometimes you got to meet people where they are, but when you do, as long as it doesn't disrupt your peace, right? It's the direct disruption of your peace that doesn't serve you. But just saying, "Oh, I'm holier than thou, love and light. Oh, the other side doesn't exist," is unrealistic. And again, taking us back to this part, the balance, right? The balance, right? And the not carrying a mask or wearing a mask or carrying a persona or wearing a persona, right? And this is key. I feel like this message is all over the place, but Spirit is saying sharing it. But the bottom line is this: when we speak in terms of peace and we speak in terms of our healing journey and we speak in terms of elevating and ascending, it doesn't mean that you're one way all the time, right? That's not what that means. That means that you show up appropriately for the situation at hand with Spirit guiding you, right? And you are always in your peace. You're good. But when you get out of your peace, that's when there's a problem, right? That's when there's an issue. That's when there's more healing. So, for whoever this message was for, let me know because it was super random. We've gone over this before in a different way, but Spirit says share it again. Now, speaking of things that we're called to do, you guys know that I had been on this vegan journey for years, right? When I went to get certified in Reiki level 2 for the second time, the desire was gone, right? And so those that were at the retreat, they know what's going on with this. But I had started craving seafood, right? Like just out of nowhere. And let me tell you, it wasn't the flavor. It wasn't the flavor because I have been vegan for so long that certain things that I would eat, I would be like, it tastes just like whatever. And my son would taste it. He'd be like, you've been vegan too long. It does not taste like that. But to me, it did, right? And so, anyways, I have been craving this. So I allowed myself to have what I had been craving because I had been craving it for a very long time. I mean, months and months, and it was just eating at me. Now, you know that I've said to you before when you're craving something to allow yourself to have it, right? Check in with Spirit. If Spirit says yes, allow yourself to have it because your body is one of your biggest antennas that you have, right? And your body is telling you there is something, right? There is something that you require, which is why you're craving it. So let me explain to you all. When I became vegan, I didn't do so for the animals. I didn't do so for like the average reasons why people become vegan. I became vegan for spiritual reasons, right? Now, of course, I love animals. And when I watched What the Health and I saw how they were being treated and just everything, right? It touched me and that became a part of it as well, right? But I'm not vegan anymore, you guys. And I don't know if it's a phase. I don't know if it's going to shift or if it's going to change. But Spirit said what Spirit said, and I follow. And here's the crazy thing: when I first allowed myself to eat animal products again, I was literally disgusted. It was like it didn't taste right. It was disgusting to me. But I knew what Spirit said, so I was following what I was told. Then I went to Mexico and I had something that was really delicious, and I didn't feel disgusted. So anyways, I'm sharing this with you to say that when we are on different parts of our journey, sometimes it calls for different things, right? And when it calls for that, do that, be that. But when you elevate beyond your journey, where you are at that point, it may cause for something else, and be okay with allowing yourself to be in flow, right? Allowing yourself to be in flow with whatever your journey calls for you to do or be at that time. Now let's fast forward today in my session with Gillian, right? And first, before I go there, my mom's vegan still, and she of course was not happy. She, not that she was judging me or upset, but she was just like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "Well, Mom, ask Spirit. What does Spirit say?" Because I asked Spirit, and she said, "Spirit said yes, it serves your highest good to eat meat. I don't like it, but that's what Spirit said, right?" And so, anyways, that's where we are. So in my session today, Jillian was talking about like my tendons and my ligaments and how they aren't like, they don't look smooth. They're like rugged, and which is contributing to the physical pains that I have. For those of you that have been with me, I've had some injuries, whatever. It made sense. I just had my knee MRI results, and I have tendonitis, right, from the car accident. So, anyways, she said, and eating meat is going to help with that. And I was like, oh, it makes sense. Why? Right. So now imagine if I had been stuck on this title of being vegan, right? Or I had been stuck on the fact that I had shared with all of you that I was vegan, right? And now here I am, not vegan anymore. And if I had stuck to that because of all that junk and not giving my body what it requires at this time, I would be hindering myself from healing, right? Now, let me also say, for me, it's really important if I do consume or when I do consume that it's a organic, the conditions aren't the kind that lower the frequency, because we've talked about it. When animals are slaughtered, they are intelligent and they're scared and they're anxious and they're depressed and they're all these things. And when we eat meat that's produced in those environments, we carry that frequency, right? It transfers into our body and it becomes our energy, right? So I am very conscious about the source that I get my meat from, right? So let's be clear, I still stand firm on that, but I'm doing what I'm guided to do, and I encourage you to do the same thing no matter what. So let's see what you all are saying. That was a long story, huh? A long story. Let's see. Um, Pat said, I had the same topic this morning in prayer group. No coincidences, not at all, not at all. And Shauna said, beautiful. That's a word in that tat. That's a word that's a word all in that tat. Yes. Yes, to whatever you mean. I know what you're saying. That's a word. That's a whole word. And then Pat said, have periods of clarity where I'm in my power, but it's not consistent. I fall off the wagon. So, Pat, I like you to connect with spirit and ask why. And right as I said that, spirit told me why. And you're going to know why too, because you can connect. So, connect with spirit and ask why that is. Why do you fall off the wagon? Why do you disconnect from those? Why do you disconnect from your clarity? Let me know what you get. Let me know what you get. Um, Shauna said, I feel you to Pat. And my mom said, I accept it now that you are a meat eater. I would never judge. Do you, darling? Well, I didn't feel judged in the first place, but it was just kind of funny to me when you were like, you literally, I could hear and feel in your energy a pout, right? If it was a face where you were like, I don't like it, but spirit said. And listen, I was on the fence too, because I was still kind of grossed out at first. But yeah, but I appreciate you not judging, Mom. Pat said, I get that. We do things in seasons. It was a season for not eating meat. Maybe that season had ended. Right. And so here's what I'm saying. When we were talking about the journey and how it requires us to do things in certain seasons of the journey, right? for me, I knew that being in that space of, everything's love and light and not connecting to the duality of who I am was important because back in the day, Nahkila Ashali had a temper, right? Nahkila Ashali was a fighter. When I was growing, I wasn't fighting people, but as a kid, I was a fighter, right? And energetically, I was a fighter as an adult, right? And so for me, it required me getting so solid in who I am as my true self, right? So that I could manage the difference between the dual self, but staying in my peace, right? And my love and light self and in my peace, right? So this is what I'm saying. It's important that we understand that everything has two sides, right? And the two sides are just as valuable. You can't have one without the other. It's like daylight and nighttime, right? You have both for a reason. And it's the same with who you are. So spirit is saying to not shun, right? Or to not feel shame for that other side of you, because sometimes that side is necessary. It's kind of like I've shared with you all how, with Ayanla, right? At first, my mom was like, I don't really like the way mom, I'm just be telling your business. She was like, I don't really like how she coaches. I prefer how you coach. I'm closing these tabs, you guys. And I was like, well, mom, you know what? Different people have different styles of connecting, right? Some people connect more to that style. Some people connect more to this style. Now I can do that style. I have when spirit guided me to be that way with people, right? But it's not my natural way because for me, I don't connect that way. You don't have to boss me around. You just show me the way. I'm motivated already. I'll do it, right? So this is the thing. As I was telling my mom that, you guys, you know what? I just lost the message. So we're just gonna wait for spirit to bring it back. It happens. Let me go to the next card. Whenever I'm finding good, I am attracting good. I told y'all, I'm human. Just I'm human and the divine having a human experience. Okay, but it says, when you think a thought of upliftment or abundance or well being, you are filled with a feeling of positive emotion. You may trust the way that you feel as the indicator as to which side of this subject, which is really two subjects, you are on. Whether it is the subject of money or lack of it, or health or lack of it, or relationship or the lack of one. Always when you feel good, you are in the place of attracting that which you are choosing. They said wanting, but we're going to cancel the lead and say choosing. Okay, so Spirit just said the peaceful state is the point, right? And moving into this card, what Spirit is letting us know is that the better you feel, the better you attract, right? You've heard you cannot attract a positive experience existing in a negative frequency. And I know that's not the quote, but that's the gist of it, right? It's just the truth. So when you wake up in the morning, I've shared this. This is a part of my daily routine. When I wake up, I stretch, I smile, I thank spirit, I state things I'm grateful for, right? And then I'm still smiling and I tell spirit what I am choosing to experience today. Right? I am so grateful today. I am choosing to experience, and I just lay it on the line. Sometimes the list is longer than others, but I let spirit know this is what I'm choosing to experience. And I kid you not, I kid you not, I am noticing those things happening more often and more quickly as to when I wasn't choosing, right? So I start my day feeling good. Even when I'm going through something, right? Even when I'm going through something heavy, because as humans, we go through heavy stuff, right? We're not void of that, but it's how we deal with it, right? We can still find something to be grateful for. We can acknowledge that this heavy stuff, it's teaching me, it's growing me, it's stretching me, right? It's also a part of a prayer being answered or a manifestation being realized, right? So I choose happy, I choose peace, I choose to feel good. I was telling my younger son, I had a talk with him and I said, there are perks to being the oldest and there are perks to being the youngest. With my oldest son, who will be 25 on the 7th, and today is actually my cousin's 25th birthday. And my youngest son, he's 17. He'll be 18 in February. So I told him, I said, I was a lot stricter with Asim. I just was a lot stricter. I had higher expectations. There wasn't the same babying, But with Samaj, he was my second. I knew he was my last. I was more established. I was, more mature. And so I literally babied him, right? So those were the differences there. But I told him, but also another difference is your brother was able to stay at home after he became a man, even when he wasn't respectful, right? Respecting the rules of the house and that whole thing. But my peace is my number one priority, and that will not happen with you. So I would advise you to get on board, right? Because if you aren't, once you're grown, if you're disrupting the peace, you're gonna have to find somewhere else to be, right? And so peace is the top priority. Now that may sound harsh to someone who is used to, that old school teachings we receive. Oh, your kids come first. Oh, your spouse comes first. Oh, your parents come first, right? Everyone else but us, right? Oh, your job, everyone else but us, right? But the only way I can show up for anybody, my kids included, is if I'm taking care of me. And I take care of me by making sure that I am at peace at all times, right? And when I feel it being disrupted because I'm healing something or I'm going through something, I go into that magical box I got of healing methods and tools. And, I go into that maintenance even deeper, right? So make it your top priority. Let's see what you all are saying. Um, Shauna said, word, but we hear you. When it's time, it's time. Exactly. She said, I go through serious bouts of no meat. Yeah. And I told my mom, I said, I don't know if this is a phase. I don't know if it'll change. You know what I mean? Like, I still buy vegan stuff. I still cook vegan stuff. But now there's just meat that's included now, too, So it just kind of is what it is. I'm just open. And the funny thing is, Gillian was sharing how she's gone through it, too. And so, again, I just feel like when I started my journey, it required different aspects of me, right? So when I was saying about the being in this one space or not having much balance with the duality, right? That was so that I could fully embrace and fully merge with my highest self, which was deep love, deep compassion, understanding, peace, right? And then spirit was like, okay, now you're ready to understand the duality of it all. Now you're able to meet people where they are when it's necessary and stay at your peace, right? And so for me, like I said, when I became vegan, it wasn't the normal reasons or the average reason. It was for spiritual reasons, right? To elevate my frequency, right? To keep my vibe high. Well, I'm in a place now, aside from the physical reasons why my body was craving it, but I'm in the place now to where I've got that down, right? I know how to keep my frequency up. But when I was still learning how, right, every little bit helped. And that was a part of it, right? That was a part of it. So yeah. Um, awesome. Thank you, Alexis. So you'll be the second one to receive a reading after Shamika. Um, Tanya said, I love that we are all different. I always felt like something was wrong with me until I was told we are all part of one body. The toe doesn't look like the eye, nor does it have the same function. So, absolutely correct. And I love that analogy. I always say, think of the sun, right? That circle of bright light that we see in the sky, that is source, right? And then you think of the rays, that's us, right? Sun rays can be all over the world serving in different areas. Each individual ray has a purpose, and collectively, right, we make up the power of the sun, right? And so that's how I like to look at us, as being connected to source, being source, right? And being here on earth. It's like that circles up there, and then the rays come here. We can see them, we can feel them, so yeah. Alexa said, love it. Oh, I read that already. TK said, I say the same thing to my youngest. My piece is everything. Your siblings ruin it for him, right? It's like there's perks, there's perks to both. But, now it's like that's the one thing that it's just not going to happen. Jillian, hey, Jillian, you got on yours. So, you guys, Jillian is on, and you guys hear me during almost every reading that I do on this channel. I tell you, if you're looking for energy healing, connect with Gillian, the amazing shaman on the AshworthScott Life Sculpting team. Only I don't say it like that. But this is Gillian. So if you haven't scheduled with her, I'm telling you, combine what we do together. Oh, one without the other, but together. Okay, Jillian said, When we're having a human experience, we are learning. We will have times of questions, unclear, pain, etc. It's when we hold on to those experiences, we get into trouble and find it hard to connect. Absolutely. Absolutely. Pat said, I feel you, sister. Peace is priceless. I love my child, but I'm not willing to lose my peace over his drama. Right. And and a part of it too, what I understand is every soul has their own journey, right? And sometimes as mothers, as parents, period, we can tend to coddle to prevent them. This was my concept. Oh, I like to prevent them from going through the things I went through. And, and when Asim moved out, like I knew he was going to move out, but he moved out and moved to Texas. And I'm just like, why would he do that? Like, why wouldn't he stay home until he just had a truckload of financial security and, had it all together? But that was his journey, right? I understand it now. That was his journey, right? So sometimes, right, we'll get signs like our peace being disrupted in order for us to be prompted on how to react in this situation. So when we're at our healthiest state, which is putting our peace first, because we can't operate without peace, it's impossible, right? Not at our highest potential, not at our highest capacity, right? And so sometimes their soul is showing up in that way to say, hey, you're not going to let me go. You're not going to let me live my life, do my journey. So let me go ahead and give you a little bit of incentive. But if we're unhealthy and toxic within ourselves, that's not going to make a difference because our peace means nothing. We're putting everyone else first, or what we taught was putting them first, right? But the way that we love the best is when we love us first. So, yeah. Let's see. Shanna said, leave my baby alone and your peace, TK. Gillian sends love. So we got one more card, you guys. It says, I want to harmonize with what I believe is good. So let's cancel delete one. I choose to harmonize with what I believe is good. 199. I'm also going to look that up because we have 19 people on and there are 9 thumbs ups. So if you haven't given the video a thumbs up, if it's resonated with you even a little bit, go ahead and give it a thumbs up, por favor. Gracias. I'm working on my Spanish. That just made me think of Young Miami, who rhymed roaches with buenos noches. More than anything, it was Megan Thee Stallion's reaction. It just makes me laugh. I'm probably going to watch it again later when I watch her reaction because it's hilarious. But, anyways, it says, I choose to be the best that I can be. I choose to do and have and live in a way that is in harmony with my idea of the greatest goodness. I choose to harmonize physically here in this body with that which I believe to be the best or the good way of life. If you will make those statements and then do not take action unless you feel good, you will always be moving in harmony with your idea of that which is good. Okay, so listen. This came up. I started the horoscopes again, and this came up in a couple of horoscope readings. You guys will get those soon. They're being edited right now. But here we go, talking about not insulting our soul, right? We have been programmed to just do it because it's expected. We have been programmed to just operate like a robot. Remember? See, I'm so out of touch with being a robot nowadays. I can't even do a good robot no more. But what Spirit is telling us is to always check in with our soul until we get in that habit where we are just automatically in tune and we automatically know like this don't feel good, right? Check in with your soul. Just take your time before you respond. Take your time before you say yes, right? Check in. How does this feel? Why am I doing this? Why am I saying yes? Or why am I saying no? And if your soul says this feels good, then go for it. But if your soul says, even if your soul is on the fence, I'm not sure, then just pause. Just wait, right? In order for you to vibrate at your highest frequency possible, it's about connecting your 3D self, your human self with your soul self, right? It's about creating hand in hand, existing hand in hand. One is not more significant than the other. But again, we go back to this first card on this journey. We're a little bit out of balance. We're operating from that human 3D program self and not the soul, right? Your soul knows. Your soul knows. So listen, allow your soul to be your guide. And I'm being told to pull this one more card. innovation, new creations. Okay, look. So Spirit gave us the magician and the mirror, right? And as I said that, Spirit said, let's focus on the mirror, right? When you look in the mirror, what do you see? What do you see? Let me know. Just let me know. When you look in the mirror, what do you see? And while you're letting me know, I'm going to look and see what else you guys are saying. Um, has said exactly. Okay, read that. Shanna said, these cards are saying and speaking real loud right now. And so it is. I'm so grateful. TK said, I want to go to Cuba or DR. I just want to hear Spanish. Well, cancel you want, because if you want to go, you probably will not, but you can choose to go. You can choose to hear Spanish, give yourself that head start in the race. Don't put yourself way back here, way past back away from the starting line. Give yourself a head start. When we speak in lack, y'all, you know what we doing? We just, you know, putting ourselves at a disadvantage, basically. I just saw a gnat fly by. 119. Um, Tanya said, where do I find the readings here on YouTube during Empower Hour? So they will be listed under the name. So it'll say like Pisces, whatever the sign is, and then all of the readings will be in that playlist. But they haven't been posted yet. There's some old ones which are timeless, right? There's a playlist for old ones, but I stopped doing the horoscopes, and then I was led by Spirit to start back. So right now they're in the editing process, and then they'll be November will be posted. Okay. So while I'm waiting to hear what you say, I'm gonna go ahead and look up 199 and read it to you because that came through. You see how that works? I totally forgot about it, and Spirit said, oh no, you don't. This message is important. So here's that memory plop right back in your head. Okay, so let's see. 199 angel number. Okay. Let's see. And I like to say thank you to those of you that show all the support that you show. It always feels good. I know Anitra always gets so excited about Empower Hour and will literally send me messages and will, post things like Empower Hour, today. So it feels so good to know that you enjoy this time that we spend together as much as I do. Because I literally love when we have this time together. So thank you guys. And for those of you that show up, thank you. I appreciate it. It's fun to me. I enjoy you. So let's see. Angel number 199. It says number 199 is a blend of the vibrations of number 1 and the attributes of number 9 appearing twice, magnifying its influences. Number 1 relates to creativity and initiative, new beginnings, self-reliance, and tenacity, striving towards achieving success, attainment, and happiness. Number 1 also reminds us that we create our own realities with our beliefs, thoughts, and actions. And I'm being told to add words. Number 9 resonates with lightworking and humanitarianism, service to others, leadership, and leading others to by positive example, altruism and benevolence, and endings and conclusions. Number 9 also relates to the universal spiritual laws, karma, the spiritual law of karma. Number 9 also denotes endings and conclusions. If you have been hearing the calling to pursue a spiritually based practice, career, and or profession or heart-based service, angel number 199 may suggest that now is the most auspicious time to pursue your passions and begin. Angel number 199 is a message from your angels to step up to your soul purpose and maintain positive thoughts, ideas, and ideals about your next steps. Listen to the guidance of your angels as they that's not what it said, as they intuitively prompt you along your path and destiny. Trust that your material needs, the material things that serves your highest good, will be catered to in the process. Angel number 199 may be suggesting that aspects of your life are coming to a close and or an important phase or cycle is coming to an end. Trust that this is happening for very karmic reasons, which will become evident in the very near future. This is preparing you to begin a wonderful new life and lifestyle that will see all fall into place for you in the most positive ways. These endings are clearing the way for you to fully pursue your divine life purpose and soul mission. As your soul's destiny dictates, trust that all the information, guidance, and assistance that serves your highest good upon your path will be supplied by the angels and universal energies. Angel number 199 is a message to ignite your soul and motivate you towards and along your divine life purpose and soul mission. It is a sign for light workers to get to work and shine their lights to illuminate the way for others. Allow connection and communication with your angels open you up to a new and unexplored knowledge and wisdom. And it breaks down to number one. So it sums it all up, right? You guys, we've been getting that message that now is the time for us to step into our purpose, answer it, and to do this work that we came here to do. And the word work, it feels so out of place. Can we say to do the fun, to do the partying, to do the joy, to do the peace, the bad? Because that's really what it feels like light worker, light funner, light balancer, right? It doesn't feel like work at all, at all. Imagine that every single day, right? We get to get up, show up as who we are on a soul level and all the different versions of us, because I got different versions for every day, every hour sometimes, right? But we get to just be us, no holds barred, just us, right? And then we get to play, we get to serve, we get to do our part to contribute to the shift of the collective consciousness, we get to heal. It don't get no better than that. Like work doesn't even feel like an appropriate word. What about you? Because it don't feel like work. It feels like a gift. It feels like a blessing, right? It feels like just pure bliss. So now is the time. Spirit's been telling us now is the time. We've been getting this message for what? At least a year, maybe a little more. But it really is. So you remember before, like I'm feeling that same energy. Remember earlier in Empower Hour when I was like, it just feels so like it's just simple. Like just do it. That's how it feels again. Spirit is like, take the battle out of it, right? Take the struggle out of it. Take the fight out of it. Take the it's hard out of it. It's not. All you got to do is choose it. When you choose to heal, when you choose to release and let go, and choosing means choosing, not saying I'm choosing. Because let me tell you something. I was choosing pure joy. I was choosing pure balance. I was choosing pure peace. But some of y'all may or may not know about the twin flame journey, right? Well, I've been on that journey since 2005. And my twin and I, we're not in balance. We're on totally different pages. And I have been holding on for several reasons. The biggest reason is love, right? But it wasn't contributing to my peace. As a matter of fact, it was disrupting my peace. The lessons have been gathered, right? The growth has happened. But I was still there, like, okay, now it's your turn. Let's do it. I'm telling you, y'all, the retreat is amazing. I don't just facilitate and teach, I participate. And I be coming back a new person too. So although I kept saying I was choosing peace, I was choosing love, I was choosing balance, I was choosing all these things, I really wasn't. I was choosing to hold on to something that was not serving my highest good anymore, right? And so that's the difference. We can speak a choice or we can truly choose. And when I came home, I really chose it. As a matter of fact, I did it before I came home. I chose it. And then I put the action behind that choice. So that's what you're called to do, you know? And you call on spirit to assist you with that, whatever that looks like, right? Whether it's working with me, whether it's working with someone else, right? Whether it's doing it on your own, right? Whether it's school, whether it's a book, I don't know, only you're going to know that when you connect with spirit, but whatever you receive, do it. Don't wait. Don't wait because it's time for the suffering to end, right? At this point, we're inflicting our own suffering. And spirit is like, this is how spirit looking at us. We're doing it to ourselves. Like there's no one else doing it because we're in control of what we allow in, right? We're in control of what we experience. Whether we're consciously making a choice or not, we're always making a choice. And I don't know about you, but today I'm choosing to consciously be aligned with pure bliss, pure peace, pure blessings. And here's the other thing, too. Let's talk about surrender real quick. Okay. When we truly surrender in all aspects, right, it requires trust. And there was a part of me that just didn't believe that I was going to find a connection or receive a connection that was as deep as that one, right? It was way in the back. But that was lacking faith. I was lacking surrender because spirit chooses for me to have all things that serves my highest good. And now I know that if it doesn't happen with a particular one, it's going to happen with somebody. Spirit's going to give me what I desire and deserve, right? So I'm being told to share that with you so that you can understand that for you too. It's just about a choice and then put the action in, right? Release fear. And if you feel afraid, move in spite of, right? Move in spite of. Let me see what you all are saying. And then we're going to get into the mini reads. Okay. So Shamika's first. And then, oh gosh. See, I forgot that quick. Who was next? And they're both generals. I do know that. Let's see. Shauna said, that Mara says to innovate, create, live. Yes, 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 yes. And as you said that, what's coming through is, when you look in the mirror, make sure you don't see any flaws. When you look in the mirror, make sure you see the version of you that is divine, right? When we talk about being the divine in human form, I like you to look past the appearance and I like you to connect to your soul. So take some time out to get in the mirror and just stare into your own eyes, right? And then ask your soul, what do you see? And just stand there, take all your clothes off. If you got a full length mirror, that's even better. And then ask your soul, what do you see? And look straight in your eyes. And whatever you receive, whether you hear it, whether you feel it, whether you see it, right? I don't know how your gift works for you, right? I like you to say it. And then make sure you have a journal or something to write with as well. And I like you to write down what that version of you, right, tells you, what your divine self tells you. And I'd like you to create affirmations based on what you receive, right? I am. Those are going to be the start. And then whatever you received, right? Because we've been taught to look at mirrors, to look at our physical form, and we've been taught to pick our physical form apart. And if we look at ourselves and we see anything less than divinity, we're lowering our vibration. We're robbing ourselves of peace because if we're so focused on flaws don't even exist. Everything is perfect, whole, and complete. The only flaw is the idea that we're flawed, right? So yeah, do that and see how that works for you. And do those affirmations every day in the mirror for at least 21 consecutive days, right? So that that message that your divine self, your soul said to you, you can start to shift your unconscious mind so that you can start to vibrate at the frequency of that belief at least 21 consecutive days. If you miss a day, don't beat yourself up. It's okay. Just that next day starts day one, right? And you just keep going until you master 21 consecutive days. And you can go longer, but 21 is the minimum, right? Consecutive is key. Okay. So let's see. Um, TK said, I'm choosing to visit Cuba, DR, and Panama to hear Spanish dance and eat amazing food. I'm choosing that too. Me too. TK said, thanks for that, Nahkila. You are so welcome. And so it is. I'm claiming it for you and me. Shanna said, transplant me the mirror image to this plane. She doesn't have to be what you imagine there. She is your true reflection. And so it is. And so it is. Shanna said, TK, next year, 2022. Well, you guys know, I mean, it's not DR, it's not Panama, and it's not Cuba, but we are going to be having another all-inclusive activating you retreat at our private villa in Mexico. So join us. Join us. I'll be posting video of the testimonies and parts of the experience, but it's pretty amazeballs, y'all. Pat said, thank you. I love Empower Hour too. Oh, thank you, Pat. I love you. TK said, Nahkila said, funner. I did because that's what it feels like. Like it's so much funner than what life was before. And it don't feel like work. Let's see. Shanna said, very thankful for Power Hour. You, Nahkila. Oh, thank you so much. I'm grateful that you're here. Shamika said, is reading still 25? Yes, ma'am. It is. Okay, Alexa was next. Thank you. So Shamika, then Alexa. So let me leave the Cashapp link because we're gonna get into the mini reads. Oops, WR here shortly. So if you'd like one, they're 25 per question or 25 for a general. So And when you send your payment, your reading is in the order. Right now, Shamika's first, then Alexa. Um, let's see. Okay, and then let's see. My mom said, "I'm so proud of you, daughter." Oh, thanks, mom. I appreciate it. I'm proud of you too. Pat said, "Wow, this message is really resonating with me. I'm so grateful." My mom said, "You inspire me." Oh, you gave birth to your breadcrumb. You gave birth to your breadcrumb. Pat said, "I know I'm being called to begin serving, but I'm still not clear on the how to, even though I know the how to is not up to me." Right. And I know that you were saying that you were going to schedule a one-on-one. So when you do, we'll go deep. We'll go deep and I mean, of course we could go over whatever you like, but some of the time focus on that would be great too. Shanna said you and I at Pat. I said at Pat, and that's not her screen name, but anyways. So you guys, I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for being here. We are going to go into the mini reading part. Now, I say this every time, and I'm going to say this. See how my brain be jumping? But I always say, even if you're not getting a reading, stay on if you're able, because in between the readings, I do collective messages. And a lot of times I have people always say that someone else's reading resonated with them, right? And so even if it may not be something that pertains to your situation right now, they may be some sort of healing that's done or something that's said that you can use on your journey because we're all connected, we're all one, right? Also, I'm going to tell you all the announcement again for next month's Empower Hour. So, for those of you that just kind of stumbled across this, we do Empower Hour every first Wednesday of the month at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, right? Now, next month, what we're going to do is have a contest. So if you invite people to join us for Empower Hour next month, whoever invites the most people that actually join us will get a free reading. And what that will look like is they'll get on and they'll say, so and so invited me, right? And so I'll be taking a tally of how many each of you invited and how many are on, and then whoever has the most, you'll get a free reading. Okay, so yeah, let's get the word spread, right? And anytime I post something or I record something, if it resonates with you and if you feel led by spirit to share it, by all means do, right? Because that's how we grow as a collective in this positive vibe, is we share, we spread the word, and not just with me, but anyone that you're connected to that's putting positivity out there, share, that's how we grow. um, okay. So whenever you send your 25 to the Cash App, Shannon, and then if yours comes in before anyone else's, you'll be third. Okay. Um, let's see. Pat said, LOL, Spirit is really looking at me like I'm cuckoo. No, Spirit's not looking at you like that. Spirit's looking at you like we all cuckoo. So now let's take your cuckoo and let's make it work for your tribe of cuckoos. Show up as your cuckoo self. Oh man, perfect, whole, complete, and cuckoo. So yeah, and I know you cuckoo because I'm cuckoo, and your soul is connected to mine, and mine to yours. So you couldn't be connected to me and not be cuckoo. Let's see. You're so welcome, Shannon. Tanya said, I sent for two readings, one for me and one donated to someone who needs it. Awesome. Thank you. So Tanya sent two readings, one for her and one was donated for someone whose highest good it serves. Okay, so Shanna Ansley, I realize now what you were saying. So you'll get that donated reading. So awesome. Thank you so much, Tanya. I appreciate you. Um, Pat said, okay, Shanna, I know I'm not the only one. And Shanna said, yes, love the wild side, eyes staring right into my eyes. LOL. Whole, let's see. GK said, we're all cuckoo. Yes, ma'am, we are. We are. So let me know who else is still on with me. Who else is on right now? Go ahead and leave a comment. Let me know if you're here. And you guys, we have two Shannas. So that's why I said Shanna Ainsley, because Yardy Craig Gamer is Shanna as well. And see, that's why I say when you guys tell me your actual names, then when I'm talking to you, I talk to you calling you by your name. Um, awesome, awesome. Right. You're the one who was getting the gifted one. Yes. Because when you said you'd like a reading, I didn't realize that that's what you were saying. I hadn't seen Tanya's message yet. So, most definitely. Okay. So, I'm going to get into it. Oh, call you Yardy? Awesome. Okay. So, now I'm reprogramming my brain to start calling you Yardy. um, okay. So, now I'm going to go ahead and get into Shamika's general reading. So, Spirit, what do you have for, for Shamika? What do you have for Shamika today? So, Shamika, what started playing was the song "Ain't No Sunshine When She Gone," and Spirit says someone is feeling the loss of you, right? Someone is feeling the loss of you. Someone knows that they messed up and they're remorseful. However, this is not enough to allow them back in, right? It's time for you to move past the old energy and to close yourself off from it altogether. Now, a cord cutting, a removal of their energy is something that's being called for. It's time for you to free yourself once and for all, because as long as that cord is there, as long as that door is open, they will continue to come back. And so here's one of the things to be mindful of. Whenever you're doing a cord cutting, and if that party that you're doing the cord cutting from doesn't do one as well, periodically you may go in and do another one, right? Whenever your soul knows, or just tell spirit, whenever it's time to do another one, let me know, right? Makes it easy. Spirit will just tell you when, because unless they do it too, it can grow back, right? Those cords can grow back. It's also time for you to call in the fragmented pieces of your soul, right? Calling in the fragmented piece of your soul. And you know how to do that, because what's happening is there are pieces of you that have been left in these painful experiences, right? And it's almost like, as I say this, I know that you do remember the painful times, but it's coming through like it's almost like you don't, right? It's almost like the good times are the things that are at the forefront of your memory. And Spirit is saying this is a good thing and it's a good way to be, but it's not an opening to allow old energies back in. I'm being told to tell you, you are also being called to get your mind right. You haven't been dedicating, I'm hearing, enough time to your spiritual practice and to yourself as you're called to at this point in your journey. It's not a bad thing. We're just reminding you. It's time for you to remember who you are. It's time for you to gain clarity on how you came here to serve. It's also time for you to understand that peace is your priority. And you bring a peaceful energy to those in your presence, which explains why those past souls are coming back to experience your sunshine, right? Okay, so that was really, really weird. I'm giving you your reading, and then I heard Anitra speak. But before that, more in the background, I heard Shamika speak. So I'm not going to analyze that. I'm just going to leave it right there as far as the Anitra speak. However, Shamika, what I'm being told to tell you is it's time for you to exercise your voice. It's time for you to start being heard, right? It's time. It is time. I'm also being told to tell you, I know the YouTube thing, the speaking thing has come through before, but it's also time for you to create a group, right? A group of single mothers, single women. You know what I mean? Women that are on the journey that you have overcome and the journey that you are overcoming. It's time for you to take your rightful place as a teacher and a servant of the light and start spreading your energy, your love, and your light to others. They just say you've been feeling a little bit alone, but we got you. We're here. And now I'm hearing the song, Call Tyrone, call him. But what they're saying is they're telling you to call on them, right? And the part should tell them, come on and get yours, right? Well, what they're saying is call on them to help you get yours together, right? But they like to know, why is it that you create these pauses in your journey, right? And of course they know, right? And they just told me, but I'm not being told to say it. But what they like you to do is to reflect on that, to ask yourself, why do you create these pauses in your journey? Because you have a tendency to accelerate and then pause, and you're just kind of doing this, and at times you'll do this, right? You'll but then you just, right? And you take this period of time where you're here and they like you to keep going here. And if you pause, they like your pause to look like this, right? As opposed to, you know, but they like you to get in touch with why that is. Why does your pause happen like that? And they just said, and why does your pause happen so often? So let me see. I'm going to pull a card for you. This is for Shamika. Take that one. Ooh. Courage, strength, fierceness, and family. So, okay. So they would like for you to know that you are courageous, right? You are powerful, you are strong, and that you are not alone. And even though you're no longer in the mentorship, they like you to stay connected to your soul family. You know, when we all connect, there are some lifelong relationships. They're deeper than friendships that are formed, right? And just because you're not in the mentorship doesn't mean that you're disconnected from your soul family. That's a lifelong connection. So it's about you staying in touch, right? You know how we receive the message about your sunshine and people coming to you to feel your sunshine. Well, that's what your soul family is to you. In those moments of pause, they're your sunshine. We're your sunshine, right? So it's about you staying connected, right? Staying connected, which is good. You're here today, right? You're connected. They like you to do it even when things are great. And you know, this comes up every so often where they'd like you to know that you're doing a good job with Amelia. But what they're bringing forth now, you know how I don't know if you ever heard this. My grandmother used to say, "He'd be okay. Let that baby cry. It strengthens his lungs." Right? It's coming through in that same energy of, and I'm seeing like when a toy drops, you pick it up. Not to say that that's actually what you do, but it's like that energy of, oh, wait, oh, there's a cry. Let me do something to stop it. Oh, there's a toy. Let me pick it up, right? What Spirit is saying is it's okay to relax. It's okay to relax. You're not making any mistakes. You're not going to make any mistakes, right? Allow yourself to be guided, right? And just relax. In your parenting, right? Relax your mind, relax your heart, relax energetically and on your journey. Just relax. Everything is perfect. Everything is whole. And everything is complete. And Spirit just said you have time on your hands. And it was coming through like in the Mary J. Blige song. I've got time on my hands since you've been away, boy. But they're saying you've got time on your hands. So what they're telling me to tell you is you have time to begin doing what you came here to do, in addition to whatever other work you're doing. Now, here's the thing. When it first came through, for you to get to your calling, right? Podcast even came through because I understand sometimes things can be in a disarray and you cannot feel like showing up on film, but you got something to say, right? So doing your podcast will be good. And what Spirit would like you to know, if Amelia's in the background, if there's noise, that is okay, right? Remember how in session she show up and we just include her? Well, the thing is, this is why being ourselves is so important, because those that you are being called to reach, those that you are being called to serve and touch, are on your journey, right? Either the part of it you've overcome or the part you're overcoming now, right? And so it's important for them to understand that being a mom and having a child or children, and the natural noises and the natural activities, and like, this is okay. I don't have to feel ashamed or feel like I'm disrupting things because this is going on, right? So your exact situation right now is perfect. Right now you're ready, and right now it's time for you to get started. Also, I'm being told to pull from the bottom. Also, by you doing this, it holds you accountable. So when we receive the message about your pauses no longer being like this, and being like this, it'll hold you accountable and it'll help with that, right? It'll help with that. The Spirit is saying also make sure that you're creating a balance from beginning, right? From the beginning, you're creating a balance so that you're not overextending and you have no boundaries, right? Okay. You got building your world, creation, expansion, networking. I can't make it up. Look at that. So when you are talking about elevating and building your world, this is how it's done, right? This is how it's done. Now, here's the thing. When you first start, you may not be receiving the energy of money and the amount that's enough to support your life, right? It may not at the beginning. It may. It just depends on what you believe and what you choose to manifest. But if that's the case, it's just the energy of doing it. You are going to receive that abundance, that ease abundance, right? Whatever that looks like and feels like for you, you'll start to receive that as a result of the energy that you're putting into the starting of your calling and purpose, right? The solid start, the consistent start, right? Every day is just a start. That's all. Every day is a start. And each day you're just starting anew. You're just starting, consistently starting, right? Anything else? They said, tell Shamika we got her and we love her. And also, Shamika, it's feeling a little bit heavy in the heart and in the throat. So I like you to release that. I'm being told to pull a card. And earlier, when I first started your reading too, it did come through that it would serve you to schedule a session with Gillian as well. Um, Touching earth, planting something new. So this is your message. What's up with me on my speech? Touching earth, planting something new. Oh, and look at that. And as we're talking about Jillian, also the connection to Mother Earth. So I don't know when's the last time you've been grounding, when you went out grounding, but you're being called to ground. And this time when you ground, I like you to ground with your feet, and then ground with your hands, and then ground with your head, and then ground on your back, and then ground on your stomach, right? Take some time in all the areas, just your whole body, and feel the different frequencies that you receive from Mother Earth doing this, right? Because oftentimes we ground standing, and this is great, right? But how often do we remove the blanket and we lay on the earth, right? And we, how often do we actually connect with Mother Earth in that deep, intimate way? You're being called to do that. I know grounding is really powerful for you. It's a really great form of release for you, and you're being called to go and ground every way that, even on your side, every way that you can. Like when I take a sacred bath, I literally do that. I'll lay on my back, I lay on my stomach. I'll get on my side, the other side. I'm letting them sacred waters hit everything. I'm healing my past, my present, and my future, and any and everything all around and in between. So that's what you're being called to do with grounding, okay? And just in case it's significant for you, I'm going to tell you your numbers. You got number 2. Can you see that? You got 33. And then you got 12, which is also 3. And they all equal 11. So you may feel led to look one, all, or none of those up, but that's your message. Thank you so much for allowing me to serve you. I'm going to look and see if you've been leaving a comment. Hello, Rashina. Now, do you prefer Elaine? Because I noticed in your email you had Elaine in parentheses, so let me know. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are at the mini reading part. So if you're just joining us, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Stick around because, like I said before, sometimes the readings for others will resonate with you. And in between, I pull cards for the collective. But if you're just joining, I like to encourage you to watch the replay when it uploads of Empower Hour. Let's see. Okay, Shay. Okay, so Shay and Yardy. Now I'm not calling nobody Shannon. Um, okay, let's see. Hi, Tynesha. Welcome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Awesome. So I'm gonna let you know. So next month for Empower Hour, we're doing a contest. So since you're here, next month, you guys, I'm talking to Tynesha because she just joined. Invite people. And whoever invited the most people will get a free reading, right? I'm gonna do a tally. So next month, those of you that are here, make sure you do that. Let's see. Pat said, yes, thanks for the reminder. I forgot to schedule. Let me do that now. Awesome, awesome. Tempest said, that's a beautiful card. I'm so glad you like it. Pat said, you're so right. We're all unique expressions of the divine. We get to show up in all our uniqueness. Yes. TK said, facts. I feel our soul family all the time, just sending in reinforcements back and forth. Our tribe is so dope. Yes. It is such a blessing that we have each other, like seriously, And I always tell people, like, I've recently connected with new people on Instagram. And I've been telling them, people that are ready to start the journey or go deeper, but they may not be able to work with me one on one, right? Or even on the capacity of the group. And I'm like, well, join us for Empower Hour. Like, just join the community, start commenting, start, like we are a community and there's so much love and power amongst us that when we're connected, it's just a blessing for all of us, right? We all contribute to that energy of being a blessing for each other. So I'm so grateful for our community. I'm grateful for this community. I'm grateful for the soul family community of the mentorship. I'm grateful for each, social media platform where there's a community. And I like to merge the communities, right? I'm usually sending people here because we do this once a month, right? And the connecting is just amazing. So, yeah. So let's see. So Rashina is preferred. Oh, okay. Awesome. Awesome. Shamika said, fear of not being received and judgment. I was just saying it served my highest good to do a cord cutting for my ex. I have finally forgiven and healed from ex. Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. Yes, do the cord cutting for sure. For sure. Um, Nisha, aka Tynesha. Okay, Tynesha. Awesome. Nisha. What did I say? Did I say something different? Let's see. Tempest said, my big sissy face. Shamika said, I have to constantly let him know because I'm healed doesn't mean I'm coming back, focusing on just co parenting. Yes, 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 yes. It's important to stand your ground. It's important to recognize that, and sometimes we're in that space of loneliness, right? And it may not even necessarily be a loneliness of emotion. It can just be a loneliness of parenting full time alone, right? But I do feel like at times you do have that loneliness of emotion, right? And if a person is consistent and constant, then if we don't have those clear set boundaries and we're not consistent in our own self-care, self-healing, spiritual journey, that consistency that got us to that elevated state, right? That keeps us there and continues to elevate. Sometimes those walls become thin. I don't know if you've ever seen Walking Dead, but they had this wall up protecting the walkers from coming in. And after a while, after they were pushing that wall so much, that wall fell right on down, and all them walkers, living dead, walking dead, was in there, you know? So that's the analogy the spirit is giving me. So this is another reason why it's so important for you to maintain what you know to do to keep yourself vibrating at your highest frequency. So Pat said, wow, the cards are on point. Spirit just coming through. Um, let's see. Tynesha is my sister. Okay, Tynesha is your sister. Awesome. Um, Tim said, right, these cars. So that's your message, Shamika. Thank you so much. Stay connected. Stay connected. Don't go away. We love your sunlight too. We love it too. So thank you again for allowing me to serve you. And Alexa, you are next. And you said a general as well. So I'm disconnecting from Shamika's energy and connecting to Alexa's energy. So Spirit, what message do you have for Alexa? Now, I don't know why I'm hearing that "Ain't No Sunshine Till She's Gone" song again. Is this real? Okay, I was told yes. Oh. Okay, what they just said was, "You've taken a break outside of yourself, and what we'd like you to do is come back." So, what they're showing me with that statement is you're putting everybody else first. Like you have literally, and it feels conscious, but it's not. Like it feels conscious, like you're like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna put me to the side and I'm just gonna take care of everybody else, right? That's how powerful it feels, right? But spirit is saying, nope, that is not how you operate, and you know it. So it's time for you to come back, right? And what they're showing me is almost like hopping out of your soul, or your soul hopping out of your body, right? You see those movies where a person can be laying there and then their soul comes out and then their soul is doing all this stuff while their body is asleep. That's how it's coming through. But spirit is like, no, no, it's time to merge. It's time to create balance. It's time to be clear on what it is that you're choosing, what it is that you require and desire, And it's time for you to put you first, right? Put you first so that you can have that mask on and you can put the mask on others, right? Help them with theirs, right? It's no good if you go down in a oxygenless flame, right? So spirit is saying breathe, right? And as I'm receiving the breathe, spirit is saying it's time for you to go deeper in meditation. It's time for you to go deeper in self-care. It's time for you to remember self-love. It's time for you to really do that exercise that came through for everybody, right? Make sure you do it because Spirit is saying it's going to be very powerful for you, especially the changes that you may have experienced in your body, right? And as I'm saying that, what I'm receiving is you having just this nurturing, mothering spirit coming through for you, right? And it's really important because it's almost like when we think about what we're giving, right? When we give from a source within, but we don't replenish that, it depletes us, right? It depletes us. And what I'm saying is imagine if you were sucking something like, let's say, a balloon, and you inhale, and then that balloon just squeezes really tight, right? It constricts really tight. That's what I'm saying. And this is kind of what's going on with you. You are nurturing not just your child, but you're nurturing others, right? Others, not just your spouse, but others, just in general. You're a nurturer, but you're nurturing, 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 and no one is nurturing you. So you do have a powerful motherly energy, figure, spirit that is with you, that is a part of your divine spirit team. And what you're being called to do is to meditate every day, deeper meditations, and to call on that spirit of highest light and love, that nurturing, mothering spirit, so that you can replenish, right? And by you replenishing, by you nurturing and mothering yourself through this spirit, you will then be more equipped and stronger to stop checking out, right? To put yourself first. And it won't feel like you're doing anything wrong or an injustice, right? It'll feel necessary. It'll feel vital. It'll just feel as a natural part of your flow, right? Okay, so this one, that one. Which one? Okay. Um, they said both. So I'm gonna pull cards for you. Well, not a card, but you know what I mean. Oh, okay. So you got circle of eternal joy, timelessness, dance of life. Okay, so look at that. Can you wait? Let's see. I don't know. Can you see the figure there? When we talk about that nurture, that mothering, that, can you see that? Right. Also, as I'm connecting to this card, the moon is standing out, but it's also the sun too, right? So you being in the elements, right? Connecting to the moon, full moon specifically, new moon too, but connecting to the full moon is going to help elevate and increase your power. Now, also, what Spirit is saying when it comes to the dance of life, right? The dance of life is balance. It's that give, that take, right? Think about when people are dancing, they lean in, the other one leans out, and then they lean out, the other one leans in, right? So it's that balance, it's that flow, right? It's that ease, right? And so right now you don't have balance. Everything is out of whack. And Spirit is saying take a moment, right? A moment, however long a moment is for you, whatever that moment is for your soul, to regroup, right? Now, when you do this is what Spirit is saying. The door of value. Every aspect of your life is going to enhance. Every aspect of your life is going to be enhanced. Everything is going to evolve. Everything is going to feel better, right? It's not going to feel like a chore or work. It's going to just be smooth and easy. Now you have healer of the ages, right? Healer of the ages. And so this is what's coming through. Number one, you are being called to really embody Christ consciousness, right? You are being called to step up and served from a balanced place. Now, what I'm receiving for you is right now, the way you're being called to serve is through your family, right? And not just your immediate family, but like extended family, through your friends, right? You're meant to share, right? To share whatever comes to you from Spirit, right? You're just meant to share, right? You're not meant to just be caught up in this. I'm hearing this time warp where all you're doing is serving others. And when I said that, they're showing me like Leave It to Beaver, the mother, Joan Cleaver, is that her name? They're showing me that, right? I just realized his name was Beaver Cleaver. Anyways, that's what they're showing me. This time warp where all you do is walk around in an apron all day, serving and smiling and being there for everyone else. And did you ever see her sit down and kick her feet up? Never. right? So Spirit is saying it's time for you to get out of that time warp, right? And it's not even like it's much of an expectation that someone put on you. It's not even really an expectation that you put on yourself. It's just that things got a little overwhelming and you kind of just progressed into this state of being, right? So before it goes too far and it becomes habit and it becomes what's expected, Spirit is saying it's time for you to shift it. And I'm being told to tell you to ask yourself, what do I deserve? So when you do that mirror exercise, I'd like you to look in your eyes, connect to your divine self, and ask, what do I deserve? Right. And then whatever you receive, write it down. I am so, when you do the affirmation, I am so happy, grateful, and excited that I, right. And then whatever it is, right. Now, also, there was something else that came through for you to say. Bring it back. Okay, thank you. So, also, what you're being called to do is to ask the question of your higher self, what do I deserve as it pertains to, right? And then, whatever questions you have as it pertains to different categories of your life, ask individually. So, ask in general, what do I deserve? Write that down. And then ask as it pertains to specific categories in your life, okay? And when you do, and when you feel whatever you feel, right? Saying these affirmations for at least 21 consecutive days, come back maybe next Empower Hour and let me know how you feel and how it shifted things, right? How it transformed things, okay? Anything else? I said, nope, just we are proud of you and you got this. So that is your message, Alexa. Thank you so much for allowing me to serve you. I'm gonna look at the comments, see if you've been talking to me. And if you have not, leave me a comment, let me know how it resonates. Okay, so let's see. Awesome. Thank you for still being here, Christy. Oh. For Cash App, is that what you mean? Your password for that? Also, I have PayPal, and I'm going to tell you why I prefer Cash App when I do the readings because the mini readings they're like super low. So I like Cash App because there's no fees, right? That's why I prefer Cash App. But I did just recently I didn't even know I had a Venmo until someone asked me. I had one and I just set it up to where so I have Venmo too if you have Venmo. Um let's see. Shamika said I recently had to speak on my story and Women's International platform. You're always on point. Love you. I'm so grateful. I'm so happy and so proud of you. And I love you too. And yes, that you already know. You already know that is so aligned with what you're here to do. So keep going. Keep going. Pat said, okay, sounds like a message to go roll around in the grass, you know? Mm-hmm. Yes. Shamika said, I do have those loneliness and I'm grateful I can play the tape all the way through and keep it moving. Yes, yes. Pastor Shamika, that's a powerful and empowering message. You're going to bless so many people. Yes, and so it is. Alexa said, thank you. Loved it. Spot on as always. Excited to do this work. Oh, you are so welcome. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for allowing me to serve you. Um, Christy, you sent your payment to PayPal. Okay, so Tanya is next, and then Shay. Did you tell me to call you Shay? Shauna? Because now I gotta remember the nickname. Um, and then you, and then you. Okay, and then Tempest, um, Tanisha will be after Christy. Okay, awesome, awesome. And you know what? Also, Christy, what I can do if you would like to do another PayPal or not PayPal, another Cash App, I can send you the link where you know how you can invite people and you can set up a whole new one. And then whenever you first make your first payment, you'll receive a $5 bonus from Cash App and I will too. So I can inbox that to you if you like that. Because if you're gonna set up a Venmo, you could just set up another Cash App. And I say that because I have Venmo, but I'm most comfortable with Cash App, but Venmo is fine too if you prefer it, you know. I'm still getting used to Venmo. Um, so yeah, so whatever. I just thought I'd throw that out there so you knew that was an option too. Um, Okay. Okay. Awesome. Okay, general. Awesome, Tanya. So you guys remember your order, okay? Um, because I know Tanya, then Shay, but you guys remember your order, okay? Help me out, please, please. Help me, please. Okay. So I'm disconnecting. Okay. Okay, awesome, awesome. If I don't send it to you after Empower Hour, just send me an inbox and that'll remind me, okay? Um, okay, so Spirit, what message do you have for Tanya? You guys, this happened last month. So please excuse me really quick. I've got to go potty, okay? I've been taking this water pill. I'll be right back, right back, right back. Matter of fact, before I go, I'm going to pull a card and I'm going to give it to you. And then I like you to do something. I like you to connect with Spirit. And I like you to leave in the comments there's two cards. And you can pick which one or you can do both. But what message you're receiving from this card for us as a collective. You guys, we got these cards earlier. We have Bright Heart Light, Open Connections. And then we have Angelic Assistance, Divine Guidance, Loving Support. Y'all saw me shuffle. So leave a comment letting me know what message Spirit is giving you for us as a collective. Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you guys for being patient with me. This is where the elevator music starts. Okay. See, if only we had elevator music. I'm going to dim this light just a little bit. If only we had elevator music, right? And I don't know why I keep saying elevator music, but what I keep hearing is the Jeopardy music. Do 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 do. Thank you guys for waiting for me. I just hear Anitra, her video where she's like, "Go pee." So, let's see. It played in your head too. Let's see. I feel so crazy. I'm sorry. You've given me so much power in life. Oh, I just adore you guys. Thank you so much. It ain't my fault this time, y'all. I started humming for you. Thank you. Elevator music. Call hold music with a nice beat. I don't mind when the music sounds good, but I'd be like, why don't they just give me the option? Okay. So I don't see any comments, so y'all didn't get nothing for these cards. But if you did, you can leave it at any point. But I'm gonna go ahead and get into Tanya's reading, okay? Okay, so Spirit, what do you have for Tanya? Thank you, Tanya, for waiting. Okay, I heard Tanya, it's time, it's time, it's time. And I'm going to say this, this feels really good because usually when I get messages like this, I'll kind of pause and I'll be like, oh no, but I'm going to say this. So today, I was going to reach out to you via inbox, right? To check in just to see where you were since our consultation, right? And then I sent you the invite to here. So I was like, okay, Spirit, so I'll reach out to her another time, right? But when this came through as it's time, it's time, it's time, right? Spirit said to tell you about that, what happened today. So it's time. It's just time for you to start, right? It's time for you to start with that next level, right? You received the message, right? You connected, you received the message, and now it's time to start because what I'm receiving is there are so many parallel universes where you are doing and receiving exactly what you desire and deserve, but there are also parallel universes where you are not, right? Including this one. This one is kind of like a combination of both. But what I'm being told to tell you is that when you start that healing journey in this lifetime, right, the deeper level, next level of your healing journey, you're not only going to be healing yourself in the now, you're also going to be shifting and transitioning those versions of you in the parallel universe where things are not balanced or things are not flowing the way you desire them to or deserve for them to, right? So, oftentimes we hear that when we heal seven generations before and after, right? Us, right? Our lineage. But what I'm receiving for you is it's even deeper. It's the generations of you that are existing in multiple universes in the now, right? So, also, what I'm being told to tell you is it doesn't feel like I lowered that light as I'm receiving this. It actually feels like it's brighter all up in my eyes. But reason I said this because what I was retrieving for you is that you're a bright light, right? And what's coming through is the field that you're in. You're a bright light. You carry an essence of healing that goes beyond the medical field. So it's really important for you to elevate your soul, elevate yourself on your journey to where you're called to be right now so that you can take full advantage of the energy that you're here to bring, to create, and to give, right? Let me pull cards for you. Which deck? Okay. So you getting two decks. We didn't even open today. And when I was shuffling, when I was grabbing the deck, Spirit said we would get to them. I thought we were getting to them in the reading for everybody, but this is what Spirit meant, I suppose, because here we are. Okay, and I'm being told to do this one first. Okay, what message do you have for Tanya, Spirit? Let's see. And that feels good too. As I'm shuffling, I'm just being told to share this with all of you how there was a time where I would never offer my services. And Spirit was like, that's what you're here for, right? You doing them an injustice. And then it would feel weird. It would feel weird. Like I know what I bring to the table because I just channel. It's easy. Spirit just tells me what to do and what to say and how to guide you and how to work with you. So that's easy, right? I'm the vessel. But it used to feel awkward to offer my services. And with releasing the doubt, the self doubt, it wasn't like I was doubting what the result would be. It was just a weird feeling to offer it. And yeah, that's gone. So feels good. Okay, so you have four cards, Tanya. So listen, you have the win or lose card. And I just heard everything's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna be all right. So what Spirit's letting you know, win or lose, whatever you perceive to be a win or whatever you perceive to be a lose, everything is going to be okay. Stop stressing, stop worrying, right? Stop doubting, stop fearing, right? And this is pertaining to a particular connection, a particular situation. Let it go, right? The fear. Because what's happening is fear, right? Fear, heart matters is what I'm receiving. Look at the heart in the middle of that sword, right? Fear will produce the outcome that you're fearing. So look at this sword. I'm being told to tell you, it looks like this sword is stuck. It looks like it's stuck. It's gonna be hard getting it out. Like, oh my goodness, it's gonna take a lot of work. But it could be all the way buried in the ground. But you have all of this that's out. You got an opportunity with some good traction to pull it out. It may take effort, it may take energy, it may even take time, but you can still do it. So, what Spirit is saying is it's up to you. It's up to you what happens at this point. It's up to you, whatever you're choosing, to decide how much effort and energy you're willing to put into a situation, right? A particular situation. It's totally up to you. Now, the heart chakra, what Spirit is saying is it's time for you to heal your heart because your heart is a little bit heavy, right? And from that heaviness, it's depleting your power, right? You may feel sluggish at times. You may feel sleepy. And when I say that, it's like, Spirit, everybody feels sluggish or sleepy, but Spirit is saying, no, like outside of your normal, right? Outside of your personal normal, you may notice a difference. Well, Spirit is saying it's not the weather, it's not your load, specifically your study load. It's literally what's happening within your system and your chakras, right? So you're being called to get really clear, to make it a clear decision based on what you desire, right? Not based out of habit, not based out of obligation, based on your belief, right? Can things get better? Can things shift, right? Based on what you choose. And Spirit is saying putting you and only you in the forefront of your decision, right? In the forefront of your decision. Now, you also have the temptation card. I just heard now you may be tempted to walk away from things prematurely, but don't. And this is not pertaining to the situation that was coming through before. This is just something different. This is more like your general way of being, okay, I'm fed up. I'm good. Nope, I'm done. I'm gone, right? Totally different from that first situation that was coming through. But Spirit is saying, don't. Right now, you're being called to be patient, right? And that patience doesn't come from a place of putting up with people's crap or being mistreated. That patience comes from slowing down and asking the question, what is this teaching me? What am I being called to learn here, right? What is this showing me? Right? How is this growing me? And then waiting for that guidance, waiting for that answer before you just throw in the towel and walk away. So what I'm being told to tell you is little do you know, people are watching you and they're looking up to you. And it's your energy. Like your energy is very powerful. Okay, so I'm hearing, and I believe James Brown has some Papa Don't Take No Mess, or am I tripping? I don't know. But what I'm hearing is Mama Don't Take No Mess. Whether it's a real song or not, it feels and sounds like James Brown. And that's coming through like as your energy, right? My grandmother had that same energy. Like she don't take no mess. People knew not to mess with her, but she had the most loving, you know what I mean? Like she was like the sun, everybody loved her warmth. And that's what I'm receiving in your energy. It's like, people are so drawn to you, and at times you may even wonder why in the world I am not that nice, but you are. You're very loving, you're very nurturing, right? And you really care. You really care. And you're concerned about people. You just aren't with the whole walking all over you, which is great. But with that being said, what Spirit is saying also to stop perceiving, right? Anticipating the mistreatment, right? Stop anticipating that people are going to be on some BS, right? And to start anticipating what you'd rather have so that you can start to attract those people that are aligned with what you'd rather have, right? Okay. I'm being told to pull from this deck for you now. I'm gonna put that back because that was from this deck. Okay. Spirit, what do you have for Tanya? My Spirit just said last message. Do I take that one too or the one on the bottom? Okay. Oh, look. Okay. This is what you got. Trapped in fear. Time to let go of that fear, right? Whatever's holding you back. Because here's the thing, you're intuitive. You get messages, you get downloads, you get hits. You know what's best. You know what serves your highest good. You know what to do. But then that fear creeps in and it's so sneaky. Like your fear is sneaky. Your fear is not even like, oh, I'm afraid of zip lining, right? Like it's apparent I'm afraid of zip lining. That was the old me. I'm not scared no more, right? Yours is like, I'm not afraid. And then it's like, but I'm not moving. I'm not afraid, but I'm a little stuck. And you don't even register it as fear, but that's what it is. It's you're trapped in fear, right? And think in terms of a person's environment. They get so used to their environment that they don't even identify their environment for what it is anymore. Right now, the environment is identified as something totally different, right? Now, this can be a powerful tool, but it can also be a tool that hinders you, right? And so, Spirit is saying, look at it for what it is. In those areas where you're not moving, in those areas where you're feeling stuck and stagnant, right? Call it what it is. It's fear, but you get to choose to release it. And you do so by moving forward, right? By taking action anyway. So you've gotten like a bunch of different things that came through all in this one reading, but it's all tied in together, is what Spirit is saying. It's all tied in together. Like each one, the reason why it came in like this is because they're all connected, right? So finding balance and finding flow and finding courage and strength and power and taking action in one or all of these areas are going to make one or all of these areas flow in a way to where you're able to receive from this experience called this lifetime what you're choosing to experience, right? And what you deserve to experience. Because although life is good, right? Life is good, it's actually better, right? It's actually better when you allow yourself to enter into that energy of better, right? Sometimes we get content because we may not be suffering like some people, right? It's not as bad as some people, but it's still not our grandest version of this experience. So that's what's coming through for you. Like, good is the enemy of great, right? So that feeling of discontent that you feel, don't brush it off, because we also as human beings sometimes have the tendency to say, okay, maybe I'm asking for too much, right? Maybe I'm tripping, this isn't so bad, like I could work with this. And Spirit is saying, but does that feel good to your soul? Is that your soul speaking, or is that your ego speaking? Is that your soul speaking, or is that the self-sacrificing, person speaking, right? So that's what's coming through for you. Anything else? Hmm. Okay. I was told to pull from the top and the bottom from this deck without even shuffling, just pull. So you have Healer of all ages and Man holding a coin. So when you do this, when you heal, release all those things that's holding you back, that man holding a coin, that abundance. And listen, it's not just about money, but specifically money is going to flow in large sums consistently from known and unknown sources and channels, right? But not just the money, the peace, the happiness, the joy. And it's coming through as like that, feeling like, Calgon, take me away. Like, and what I'm hearing is, finally, this is what I've been waiting for, right? That abundance is what you'll receive, right? So yeah. So that is your message, Tanya. Thank you so much for allowing me to serve you. I don't know if you've been commenting or not, but I'm going to put these away and see what you've left. Let's see. Um, Awesome, Pat. I'm super excited to do your one-on-one. Woohoo. And let's see. Rashina said, we have an abundance in the spaces around us. Trust that the thing we need most in the moment is already here. Yeah, trusting that the things that serve our highest good in the moment is already here. Absolutely. And so it is. Yes. Thank you so much. And that's for the angelic card, right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So did you guys receive that? The cards that came through? Um, we have an abundance in the spaces around us. Trust that what serves our highest good most in the moment is already here. Thank you for sharing that. And Tempest said, love and light napping. Tempest says, say it, Rashina. And Daryl said, 100. Tanya says, saying that I'm not from that. Wait, saying that I'm not that cool yet, people flock to me is spot on. Yeah, because I felt it all in you. It's like that's your thought, but they see you, they feel you, right? And that loving, nurturing spirit that you have, you can't hide that. You just get tired of people's BS, and you don't take people's BS, and you don't entertain BS, right? And so to you, you see it as it's perfect example. When I was sharing with you, like my mom, the whole Ayanla, right? The way she coaches, right? It's coming from a place of love. But she's not with the BS. She's not taking the mess. She's not here for it, right? She right. And that's how it's coming through with you. It's like, oh, I love you, but I'm not dealing with that, right? And sometimes it's so blunt that it's like, I don't even know if they feel the love, but I really don't care. It's there. That's all that matters, right? But no, they feel it. They definitely feel it. You're not hiding from them. They see it. They feel it. So Yeah, TK said, dang, that resonated with me heavy. I'm so glad. This is why I say stay on, even for the personal readings. And even Daryl said, yes, you're right. I have to be careful what I perceive. And you don't have to, but you can choose to, right? And that was actually Tanya's personal reading, but see how it resonates. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Tanya said that was amazing. Thank you. Thank you. You are so welcome. Thank you for allowing me to serve you. And Tempest said, yes, these cars, this meeting, this space is for us and ours, life cycles, generations, bodies. Yes. And so it is. And so it is. So who's next, you guys? You see, I could feel my memory being going like this. That's why I asked y'all to keep track. So wait, don't tell me. Shay is next. And then after Shay is Christy, right? I didn't miss anybody in between there, did I? Go me. Go me. I believe I got it right. So, okay. Now, Shay, I'm disconnecting from Tanya, connecting to Shay. Now, Shay, do you have a question or would you like a general reading? Awesome. Shanna. And Shanna, you asked that I call you Shay, right? Just making sure that I'm here with y'all. Christy said yes. Thank you, Christy. So okay, so I don't know if my mom is still on or not, but you guys, I have a story to share with you about Christy while I wait to get that answer from Shay. So Christy and I went to school together, Benesteller University, and you guys know that oftentimes I don't really talk about my certifications, right? I don't, because I always tell you I'm a psychic life coach and spirit guides me, right? To me, that's the most valuable thing there is. But I am certified in NLP, clinical hypnotherapist, and a Reiki master teacher, right? So we went to school together. She is such a beautiful soul. At the time, she had a brand new vehicle that was on my vision board. And she literally handed me the keys and she was like, here, go for it. Right? She's like, just drive it. And I was like, now see, back then I hadn't reached the level of healing that I reached now. And I'm like, I have insurance that covers me in any vehicle I drive. I was like, I'm not. So I was like, you get in with me and I'll drive it around the parking lot, right? The me now would have like, really? Thank you. And I would have drove it, right? Because it would have helped with the vision of like, ooh, when I'm visualizing. But just, we were all planning to get together and have a sleepover, and we never got a chance to do it before I left Washington State. But Christy is so amazing. So I just had to share that because, it's rare that you find someone that'll just hand over the keys, right? Because they see that you have a vision and they like to contribute to your vision becoming real, right? Like helping you in any way that they can. And to me, that was huge. So, Christy, thank you for that. Cause I've shared that moment with my mom. And you got in with me and I drove it around the parking lot and it was amazing. So it's still on my vision board. We're getting there. So yeah, so amazing. So let's see. No, Tanya's not Shanna. Tanya actually donated a reading that Shanna claimed. So Shanna, are you still on? Um, okay, wait. Now I'm confused. Let me see. Cause not Shanna, not Yardley, not Yardy. There's two Shanna. Tim said, honestly, the first reading resonated so very much. I'm so glad. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna let you guys know. I'm just gonna go up really quick so we can. So Shanna Ainsley, right? Um, are you still on? Because that was the donated reading. You claimed that one. So let me know if you're on. And while I'm waiting, I'm going to pull another card for us as a collective. And awesome, mom. Um, and if I don't hear back from you, Shanna, if you don't let me know that you're still on. Oh, okay. So she's gonna come back and watch the replay, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and pull a card for us as a collective. I'm gonna go with this deck. And then when you let me know, I'll go ahead and get into Shanna's love reading. Ooh. Okay, which one? Alrighty then. Not the ones on the floor. Ooh, there's three. So it says, it comes not by magic, but by universal law. I don't know if I believe that. I mean, universal law, it is magic, right? But it says, start telling a better feeling story about the things that are important to you. Do not write your story like a factual documentary, weighing all the pros and cons of your experience, but instead tell the uplifting, fanciful, magical story of the wonder of your own life and watch what happens. It will feel like magic as your life begins to transform right before your eyes. But it is not by magic, it is by the power of the law of the universe and your deliberate alignment with those laws. Okay, so listen. To me, that is magic, right? But we're gonna roll with it. So this is so good because I tell you guys all the time, we have been programmed and trained to exist in a state of lack. We are existing in a constant state of lack until we choose different and learn different, right? But when we say, oh, I can't do this because I'm broke, or oh, I can't do this because I can't afford it, right? Only thing we're doing is bringing more of that into our reality. So we've been taught to feel like we're lying when we speak things into existence. Because if someone says, would you like to go with me to this concert? And you like, you know what? I am so abundant. I can afford it. The money it just flows with me with ease and grace. And yes, I am going to that concert. You know what I mean? This is how we're called to speak, right? This is how we're called to be in a constant state of abundance. The only reason why we experience lack is because we have yet to tap in to our magic, our power, and into our abundance. But remember, you're the divine having a human experience, so you can. You just got to choose it and believe it and then take action, appropriate action. So it says, I can always tell a different story, financial abundance story. Look at spirit. It says, what anyone else has or does not have has nothing to do with you. The only thing that affects your experience is the way you utilize the non physical energy with your thought. Your abundance or lack of it and your experience has nothing to do with what anybody else is doing or having. It only has to do with your perspective. It only has to do with your offering of thought. If you choose your fortunes to shift, you have to begin telling a different story. So, Spirit said, let's just go on and reiterate it. And here's the last one. It says, I can't tell stories of shortage and experience abundance. And this is in everything, you guys. It's not just money, it's everything emotional, mental, physical, right? Everything. It says, continuing to tell stories of shortage only continues to contradict your desire for abundance. And you cannot have it both ways. You cannot focus upon unwanted or unchosen, right? And receive chosen. You cannot focus upon stories about money that make you feel uncomfortable and then allow into your experience what makes you feel comfortable. A different story will bring different results. My thoughts are the basis for the attraction of all things that I consider to be good, which includes enough money and health for my comfort and joy. And so it is. And so it is. I'm so glad we got in the zone, you guys, because I'm gonna tell you, after we do our breathing, sometimes I'm like an old car. It takes a moment to really like spirit will be delivering the message, but I be feeling like I'm delivering them like this. And then we get in the zone and I be feeling like I just did a line of coke or something. Or maybe I just drank a Coke. I don't know, but I be feeling hyper. So, anyways. Okay, so now I'm disconnecting. Hey, Alatha, are you just now joining? Or have you been here? Because we're at the mini reads right now. Let's see. Okay, so now I'm doing a love reading for Shanna, right? Um, and so you guys just go ahead and, I haven't even been looking on here like I usually do. You guys just go ahead and tell me the order. So I know Shanna's next, then Christy's next, then Tempest, right? Or were you before Christy? I can't remember. Um, let's see. Okay. Okay, so connecting. Rashina said my spirit team just gave me the side eye. Okay, so what message do you have in love for Shanna? Okay, so first of all, what they said was be what you're expecting to attract, right? And they literally said it like that. They didn't say what you're choosing, what you're hoping. They said be what you are expecting to attract. It is time for you to show up for yourself in the same way that you expect your significant other to show up for you. Right now, you have not met the one. You have not gotten to the point of even being ready for the one. You're still in a cycle of lessons and blessings, right? So be in flow, have fun with this process, go on dates, date multiple people. And now, when I'm hearing date multiple people, it doesn't mean that, oh, you gonna sleep with everybody unless you choose to. There's nothing wrong with it. But they're just saying, just put yourself out there so that you can really be clear on what it is you desire and deserve, because it's coming through like this. You have an idea, right, of what you would like to experience in love. But part of this idea was formulated from a place of fantasy, like what you saw as a little girl, formulated from a place of what others tell you that a love is supposed to be like, right? But as far as personal reference, what they're saying is there isn't none or there's not much, right? So by dating, you're giving yourself an opportunity to really experience what it is that you enjoy. And they're just telling me to tell you, and I'm hearing Megan Thee Stallion, but instead of body yaddy, I'm hearing thotty yaddy yaddy yaddy. So literally, what they're saying is just to allow yourself the freedom to be who you are, right? Don't put titles on yourself. Don't hold yourself back. Don't judge yourself. Like, just be free with who you are, because it's important for you to be able to be freely who you are. Because if you start off wearing a mask with yourself, then you're going to wear a mask as you're attracting. And so you're going to attract a mask wearer, which will not end well, right? I'm also being told to tell you, you deserve more than what you're giving yourself credit for. Like, you literally sell yourself short, and spirit is saying to stop doing that, to stop doing that. But when we talk about love and you selling yourself short, I don't know why I didn't turn that fan off when I went to the bathroom, because I'm chilly now. But when you talk about selling yourself short, right, spirit is saying, well, quite naturally you're selling yourself short. What was the first part of this message? For you to give yourself, to be to yourself what you are, now they're saying, seeking and choosing in your significant other, right? So this is why the selling yourself short is coming through. And I'm receiving, you always tend to get the short end of the stick. It's not that you don't deserve more. No, not at all. It's just that you haven't given yourself permission to receive more. Your time or your days of playing martyr is over, right? Your days of playing small, and not just in general with life, because I'm receiving, like, when it comes to your career, you don't play small, right? When it comes to your career, you're a go-getter, you go after it. I'm like it's fierce. You're fierce, right? The energy feels fierce, right? That's not where you play small. You play small in the department of love, and not even just relationship love. You do that with family members, right? You do that with friends. You always tend to take the back seat and give that person the option. It's almost like, when you go somewhere with someone, and we've all done this, right? But I'm receiving, it's in excess for you. Like, it's always you allowing others to have first choice, right? Oh, well, what would you like to eat? Well, whatever you like to eat. Well, what would you like to do? Well, what would you like to do? Right. And you do it so much that you don't even consider what you would like. And it's almost like at this point, when the question is asked, you're not even responding like that anymore, because of the fact that you're being kind. You're now doing it because you really don't know. You're used to allowing others to make those decisions, right? And so spirit is saying it's time for you to really get in touch with what it is you enjoy, what it is you love, what it is that you're seeking, what you're choosing for yourself, not just in love, but in all areas that involves loving relationships, right? Bring some of that masculine energy that you present in the workforce, bring some of that in your relationships, right? Now spirit is saying it's not that same "Rawr," like, you a beast when it comes to career, but when it comes to when you love someone, you tend to release the beast. Like, the beast just be out there hibernating, and spirit is saying finding that balance, right? Finding that balance of combining your feminine and your masculine energy is very important for you right now. And I'm being told to pull cards for you. And I just heard, love don't love nobody unless you do, right? So what spirit is basically saying in that little roundabout way is that love will not be kind to you until you are kind to yourself. You are not going to find what you're seeking until you find it within yourself. Take both. Okay. And then top, mm, bottom. Okay. Any more? Wow. Okay. What do you have for sharing spirit? Oh, take that one. Look how it's just sticking up. Okay. Thank you. So we have darkest fears, right? Now, as I picked this card up, what was coming through is one of the reasons why you started this dance of, well, what would you like? Is because one of your darkest fears was not being accepted. This is something that you carry with you from childhood, right? We're not even going to talk about how it carries from past life. Spirit says start with childhood. You know what I mean? Where you may have always been the one that was asking for something different, right? And everybody looked at you like, there had to be some sort of deal breaker because you just had to ask for something different. And it's like, or it's like, well, I like, and people are like, what? Why? Why? How? Why? Where? And so as a result, being little, you were just kind of like, oh, well, maybe I'll just wait and see what they say. And it's carried over. It became habit. You don't even remember why you do it, right? You may have a recollection with me saying that, but as you're doing it, it's not like you're saying, oh, this is my inner child. Let me stand up as the woman I am and let me say and express what I feel, what I desire, right? But this is what's coming through. Your darkest fear is not being accepted. And so as a result, you kind of just mold yourself into whatever people would like you to be. Not really, right? Because here's how you do it. You allow them to choose, right? You're still who you are, but by you doing that, this is their perception of you, right? Oh, she's so sweet, she's so kind, you know. Oh, she's everything that we like her to be. But in reality, you a little fed up with being that way. It's time for you to allow yourself to decide and to choose and to receive. You got the move card, right? Move. What I was hearing was to move your feet, lose your seat. And that's not even how it really goes. It goes move your meat, lose your seat, right? But I'm hearing move your feet, lose your seat. What's that message? What are you saying, Spirit? Move your feet, lose your seat. What's the message? Okay, thank you. So what I was told to tell you is to stop shuffling and to stand firm, right? Stop shuffling and to stand firm. So the seat represents your desire, right? Your desire to have love, your desire to have that forever partner, your desire to experience happiness and peace and balance, right? But when you're shuffling, right, you're doing one of these. Think about when people are about to walk and one person goes this way, the other person, and you guys just keep doing this dance, you're kind of shuffling your feet, right? It's like you're not sure where you stand as opposed to just standing firm and then them doing what they're gonna do, right? Like I know where I'm going. So let you go ahead and decide where you're going because I'm going this way, right? I'm going right here. I'm not going over there. I'm not going over there. So I'm gonna stand right here because this is where I'm going. Now you can go there or there, but I'm going here, right? Standing firm. Right, standing firm. So, this is what you're being called to do. And when you do that, you'll have your seat at the table of love, right? Your seat. And it won't be at the kitty table, it's going to be at the head, right? As an equal. Now, of course, the roles may be different, the roles may be different. Some people may not agree with roles, right? But traditionally, there are roles, right? Whatever that is for you in your connection, I'm receiving that you do believe in roles, right? And these roles that you believe in are healthy for you and your soul on your journey, right? You'll have all of that, but it requires you to be solid. It requires you to be firm, right? I feel like they said the same thing so many times, but I'm just gonna give it to you how I get it. You have dedicated effort. Now look at that. Oh, look. Okay, so this is the first time that this card has come up where the couple was relevant, right? Where the couple has always been in the picture, but anytime this has come up, the couple has never been mentioned. But when we talk about you and love, right? You receiving that nurturing love, that love where you can just rest and where you don't have to show up in that masculine space where you can be as feminine as you choose to be, right? it's going to require you to be dedicated to putting in an effort to be consciously aware of what you're doing and how it no longer serves your highest good, and for you to do different. Also, what Spirit is saying, it's time for you to take some time out for yourself, to yourself, by yourself, treating yourself. You don't always have to have somebody to go somewhere with you. Remember when I shared earlier, where you going? When I shared about I was going to go to the haunted house by myself, that kind of thing, right? I always go to the movies and eat, and I've been doing that since high school. But now it's like, okay, yeah, haunted house is fun with somebody, but I will do it myself because I like it and I don't have nobody to go with, right? Until my mom came. So that's the thing. Spirit is saying for you to start doing things by yourself, with yourself, so that you don't have any influence from other people's energies or desires as you get to know yourself deeper, right? Now, also look at this. He's painting, right? So what Spirit is saying is using visualization to help you manifest the love that you're seeking, right? It's important for you. So dedicated effort, that's your action step. And then your visualization is you combining those energies, what I like to call magic, connecting with those laws of attraction, those universal laws, to bring it forth, right? Seeing yourself in the experience, being very clear on what it is. Go deep, go shallow, and everywhere in between. Don't hold anything back about what you're desiring and what you deserve in this connection. And then leave room for Spirit to give you extra, the things that you didn't think of, right? You also have change your focus, right? So what this is requiring you to do is to reflect on yourself, reflect on where you are in your journey, right? And reflect on where you're choosing to be, and then connecting with Spirit and asking, okay, Spirit, guide me. Like I'm a sail, you be the wind. Show me which way to go in order for me to align with what I'm asking for myself, right? To make space for, right? Because what's happening is you're in this energy of permission, right? And so Spirit has said the reason why it came through is asking. And Spirit said, make it clear, herself, right? So it's time for you to give yourself permission to shift. It's time for you to give yourself permission to receive all these things that you're seeking, right? It starts with you. You're the only thing that's standing in your way. So ask Spirit to guide you, and then give yourself permission to move in that direction, the direction that the wind takes you. And then you have stand your ground. Stand your ground. So get, oh, and look at how he's standing. Remember when we were talking about this is where I'm going. I'm right here. I'm not shuffling. I'm not, I go shuffling. Somebody may think I'm over there and may step here and take my spot. You know what I mean? It's all metaphoric, but you get what Spirit is saying, right? It's just time for you to stand firm, to stand your ground, to connect with Spirit, to strengthen the connection you have with Spirit, to see Spirit in yourself, and to know that you deserve everything that you're seeking, everything that you're choosing. You deserve it. And any parts of you that believes otherwise, it's time for you to heal it. That's it. Just heal it. Though that part of you, when you decided to start, well, what would you like? It's just time to heal it, right? It's time to heal it. Let it go. Okay. You guys, I noticed too, the readings today have been a little bit longer. These are mini readings, but they've been a little bit longer. We've been getting full on spreads. We just go with what Spirit tells us to do. But I was being told to point that out, because if ever we do the mini readings and they're actually mini, like they usually are, don't be like, well, wait a minute, because we do what Spirit guides us to do. But anyways, that is your message, Shanna. Thank you so much, Shay, for allowing me to serve you. Please let me know how it resonated. And yeah, you got this. You got this. I'm looking forward to hearing all about it. All about it. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna say this. As I was giving the reading, this is how powerful Spirit is, because Tempest, I was under the impression that I was reading for Shanna, who asked me to call her Shay. Ainsley, right? You said the love reading. That's what she was asking for, right? You were getting a love reading for her. So that's who I thought I was reading for. But you're responding, not unless that's her responding on your account. So Spirit was like, listen, we know who this is for. So I don't know, you guys. I don't know if Shay's even still on or not, but yeah. So let's see. You said I play very small to everyone ego in my life. I've been looking at myself lately, looking at my goddess lately. The beast in my career is smaller than a cub. I've hidden so very much of me. Um, even from myself, I hide so many and much of myself. When I show up, it's intimidating and scary to myself. Too many faces. Tanisha said, child. Um, Tim said, I hate being alone places doing this alone, Lord. This is one of the reasons why it's important for you to start doing it, right? Because being comfortable in your own space is the only way you're going to be comfortable when you're sharing space with others. And when you're comfortable in your own space and you're able to give, right? Give yourself that time and space to get to know you in your space, and you're standing your ground and who you are. When someone else enters into the picture, you're solid into knowing who you are. And if you make a compromise, it's not insulting your soul, right? This is why it's important to be comfortable in your own energy, right? Because otherwise, when people enter, you'll be doing all kind of stuff and you'll be blaming it on it's compromise, and that's what you do in relationships, even if it insults your soul. And a lot that I did see your question. My altar is literally right here. It's like right here. So probably it's of high as I love, but probably like that's my altar. It's literally right here. So I'm sure. Yeah. And I also call in. I mean, I do it all the time though, even in the living room, but it's most likely because my altar's right there. Um, you said, Nahkila, do you feel a ghost in your room? I was told to say ghost, someone here on live. Loved one is in your presence and trying to come in. Oh, well, see, I didn't even read all that. I said, yeah, I usually don't. I usually do not. I usually don't show my altar, but you see those lovely people right there? It's my grandparents. So, yay. Thank you for sharing that. Um, Hi, my beautiful cousin. You guys, can you do me a favor? And can you all just take a moment? Delicately blessed is my cousin. And man, let me tell you, I love her so much. That's my cousin, y'all. And we're the two oldest out of the paternal parent side, right? And I just like you to all just take a minute and just send love, healing, and prayers to her. Just love, healing, and prayers. Just send that to her, please. And thank you. Aw. Thank you for joining today. Um, let's see. Uh, I'm all like, let me get it together, y'all. When I saw my cousin on. Um, so a lot that said the person here has been seeing them clearly for a few days now. Oh, awesome. Awesome. That's awesome. But yeah, yeah. And you know what? Ganesh, let me just tell you, Ganesh, lately, I can always see when there's like spirits around because Ganesh, I mean, not see, like I can't see because only thing I see are fairies, I just hear, right, and feel. But I can always tell when they're in the space because of how Ganesh will be looking around. Like he'll be looking and he'll follow them, So that's yeah. And lately he's been more active with watching them. Like usually they'll be like right behind me and then he'll do one of these. So yeah, yeah. Christy is sending prayers. Um, Oh, I love you too. And you're right on time. So we did the general, right? And you can always watch the replay if you feel led. We did the general and now we're in the mini reading section, the individual readings. However, I tell everybody stick around because sometimes it'll resonate even if it's not your message, right? And then in between I pull messages for us as a collective. Him said a lot that my folks do too. Much they are my protection, light and headache. I get cuffs when I don't hear. Well, TK knows them and they loud. Carter, hey Barbara, how are you? I missed you too. We missed you at the retreat. I missed your energy. I'm glad you're here. TK said, your energy is like, whoa, DB, your energy is like, whoa. Okay, so you guys, I'm gonna go into the next reading. So, Christy, you're next. Let me know if I missed anybody, okay? And Christy, did you say you were getting a general? Did you say you were getting a general? I believe so. Or did you not say? I just don't recall a question. And while I'm waiting, I'm gonna pull another card for us as a collective. Okay, let's see. Okay, awesome. Well, let me just say this. When I picked up, I did see this card, right? The door to romance, and Spirit says share it. So, romance is so much more than just how we think of romance, like with a partner. Sometimes we're romancing ourselves, sometimes we're receiving romance just from life in general. And Spirit is just telling us that we deserve to feel the love, right? The love of the universe is all around us. And here we got the journey card again, you guys. This is like what, the third time we got a card that we got earlier in the general message. And so, what Spirit would like me to tell you right now with this card is that we get to decide. You get to decide, right? Like Spirit is saying, stress that again. You get to decide what you experience, right? Now, yes, when we were children, we had no control over the traumas that we experienced, right? But we have all gotten to a point of knowing that those traumas were not in vain, right? That was our school of life, right? I couldn't assist you with healing if I didn't have nothing to heal, right? So Spirit is saying, but now we're at the point where we get to choose to heal. We get to choose to experience the sun every day. We get to choose to experience peace. We get to choose to experience self-love and acceptance. And we get to choose to give that away to the world, right? So I'd like you to really get clear on what it is you're choosing. What are you choosing to experience? So remember earlier when I shared with you, and you guys, I'd be so like, because my bed is over there. But remember when I told you, I said, every day I wake up, I smile, I stretch, I thank Spirit, and then I let Spirit know what I'm choosing to experience for the day, right? I'm very intentional about how I experience each day because even when I don't choose, that's still a choice. So Spirit is telling you, be clear and then choose. Right. Some of you haven't gotten clear yet. So you have like certain aspects in your life where you're like, ooh, I like this to happen, or ooh, I like that to happen. But then overall, the big picture, you've yet to make a choice. So you're like sending mixed signals and you're receiving experiences that align with mixed signals. So the first step to shifting and experiencing what's truly in your soul that you desire to experience is by being clear, right? And when we talk about being clear, for some, your desires are rooted in trauma still, right? So it requires healing so that you can really connect to your authentic self on a soul level and make a choice from there, right? Okay. So that's for all of us. Oh, my mom said I'm sending prayers to my beautiful niece. Okay. So, Christy, let's connect. Oh, okay. Well, listen, I have a series of mini retreats coming up. The first one is in March of 2022, the 11th, wait, the 8th, what's today's 8th through the 11th. That's the first mini one. And then we're doing the all inclusive. And throughout the year, I'll have many. So reserve your spot because they feel fast. They feel fast. But okay, let's connect to Christy. Spirit, what message do you have for Christy? Oh, okay. So Christy, Spirit said, tell Christy it's time for her to stop playing small. And the reason why I reacted like that, because I'm like, okay, this has been a message that has come through for us as a, wait, I feel like a rapper just now, that has come through for us as a collective, right? I was into that. So Spirit is telling you to stop playing small, right? There's so much more to why you're here. And I'm even hearing there's so much more to your purpose of even going to school that you've yet to tapped into, right? It's coming through like a lot of what you experience, what you learn, what you gain. I'm hearing, in a sense, a lot of it was reinforcement, things you already knew, right? But I'm receiving that a lot of what you gathered is being used for self. But now it's time for you to start extending that, right? For you to really find your flow and be solid in your own voice and how you came here to heal, right? It's time for you to really step outside of your comfort zone and really build a practice that is not, okay, this is how I'm hearing it, that is not just practical, but is also passionate, right? What are you passionate about? How would you show up each day if you were able to feel like your inner child was going on a play date every day? Like, what would life look like for you? But You're serving, right? You're serving, but it feels like a play date every day. That's the component that's missing, right? And this is also contributing to the playing small, the blending in the background, the not allowing people to feel your energy or to see your imprint that you have on the world, right? And what I'm being told to tell you is even like that kindness that I shared, that kind act, that you offered to me, right? That's a part of your superpower because so often people are so connected to material things and they hold on to it so tight with so much fear, right? So like I was the one carrying the fear in that instance of wrecking your car, right? I've been driving for a long time, but right? And you were the carefree spirit that was like, here, take it, no worries, right? And so oftentimes it's the opposite where people who have, right, they're like, mm-mm. And then other people are like, gimme, 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 right? And so basically, this is coming through, and Spirit is saying it's about finding that balance, right? You're able to teach people the balance of letting go, right? The balance of what true abundance means. And it means not holding on so tight because when we're doing that, that's a form of lack, right? When we're doing that, that's a form of not trusting in the divine, right? And so you have this skill that is important to teach the collective how to let go, how to just be, how to be in flow, right? And through that let go process, it inspires others, right? It inspires others. So it's like a domino effect, right? A ripple in the pond, right? So it's really major. And I feel like in the past, whatever you've thought of doing, whatever you thought you were here to do, it's so different than what you're actually here to do. It's really just about bringing more fun into your life. And I don't mean like girls' trips or hanging out with, loved ones. I mean like when you wake up every day and it's time to serve, it just feels like a play date, right? That's how it's coming through, right? And I'm just being told to pull cards, and Spirit was just telling me which deck to grab for you. Okay, so what message do you have for Christy? Ooh, take that one too. Okay, in the bottom. Okay. And one of those without shuffling. Oh, okay. So you have seek the truth, right? Seek the truth. Now, with this card, with the two sides, right? The dual selves, Spirit is saying seeking the truth for you is really connecting to your inner child. Even look at that girl there. It reminds me of Wendy from Peter Pan, right? Spirit is really, really stressing for you to connect with your inner child. Although you're carefree in a lot of ways, I'm feeling a lot of restriction in your energy, right? Like a buttoned up, not allowing yourself to, I'm hearing play at all times, even though there's times, and what I'm seeing is kind of like a fidgety, like imagine a child that's in a situation and they're like, okay, be serious, be still, don't touch anything, just sit there and pay attention. And they're like, okay, okay, okay. And they're really, really doing their best to like be still, pay attention, don't touch nothing. They're playing it back in their head. And they're just like, but they can't hold it, but they're doing it, but it feels so uncomfortable. Like, and every thought is how do I sit here, be still, and pay attention, as opposed to just creatively flowing, right? So for you, there's a bit of an energy of that scenario that's coming through, right? And so what spirit would like you to do is just connect to your inner child, right? How would you handle a situation, whatever situation comes to hand or comes to mind, even whatever situation you're faced with, if you were at that key point in childhood where there was no trauma, there was no worries, there was no fears, you hadn't experienced pain, you hadn't experienced loss or disappointment, right? But that just in the thick, into the thick of it, into the thick of childhood, like that golden period where I'm fearless, I'm confident, I'm unstoppable, I could do whatever, right? Well, we're just superheroes by nature. That version of you. What would that version of you do? That's what spirit is calling for you to ask yourself in situations, right? And then to allow that part of you to come and guide you, right? More fun, more fun, more fun is coming through. Helpless and hopeless. Now, as I'm connecting to this, what spirit is saying is that part of the reason why you don't allow yourself to connect with that aspect of you in all ways and in all things is because this is how it makes you feel, right? It makes you feel like, I'm hearing mistakes, right? It makes you feel like, I'm just hearing it's not serious, I'm not able, right? You have developed this belief that the adult version of you is more equipped, and so you rely more on that version of you. But what spirit would like you to do is first bring the inner child out more often, and then you'll go into that merge where it's like, okay, now we're both here counseling ourselves, right? Counseling ourselves and what we're being called or guided to do, right? So that's what's coming through to you. It's first about you reconnecting with your inner child. And look at this card, Seeking the Truth. As I'm looking at the picture, and that's still reminding me of Wendy from Peter Pan. Look what she's doing. This is the adult logical mind, right? The adult logical mind. Look how it's just kind of dull. It's dull. All that is just dull, but she's peeling it open. And then when she opens it, look at all that light, all that inspiration, right? All that divinity, right? And so now she's able to see behind the logical, how I've been taught an adult is to be, right? And so now what I'm receiving, they're using all these metaphors from childhood shows, but now what I'm receiving is she's going to go in there, right? And remember Oz, the wizard? Well, now she's going to go in there and she's going to be operating as Oz did, right? And guiding the adult self, right? The adult self, which will allow you to make your dreams come true even deeper, even faster, and feeling more fulfilled while doing it. Because here's the thing, you don't have an issue with manifesting. That's not the issue. The issue is how fun is it while you're manifesting? How fun is the path that you're taking, right? So when you can bring that inner child and that fun into it, and I'm not saying you don't have fun. That's not what I'm saying. But Spirit is saying specifically as it relates to practical matters, right? How much fun are you having? When you can bring that fun into it, that fun that you bring when you let your hair down and it's just all fun and games, when you can bring that into it, it's going to just take everything to the next level rapidly, right? Rapidly. And so you have sacral chakra. There's no blocks there, but what I am receiving is there's some energy debris, some debris that you're being called to release. No, it's not a block, but it is showing up as a hindrance, right? So just go in and clear out and clean up your sacral, right? Clear out, clean it up. You may feel led to get with Gillian too, or you may feel led to do it yourself. The choice is yours, but it's just clean up and clear out, right? That's all. No, it's not a block, just clean up and clear out. They just said, tell her that we have been waiting for her for a long time. We've been waiting for her to show her true self. We've been waiting for her to give herself permission to shine. And we've been waiting for her to do things differently. We're so grateful that she's now open. And we're here to guide her, to protect her, and to serve her. And they said, so just ask, your wish is our command. So your divine spirit team of highest light and love, they are here. They are willing. They are waiting. And they're telling me to touch on this, right? That belief that was developed that, okay, so it's coming in like this. At periods of time, sometimes children do feel helpless and hopeless, right? Because they get to a point where they're kind of snuffed, they go from that superhero, unstoppable, unbeatable, can do anything, fearless, courageous, all those things that as adults we're working in that frequency of being, right? We already have it as children, right? This is our true authentic self. And so it's almost like when it got snuffed, you still felt those things, but you didn't have a way to express it or to materialize it at that point. So then that feeling of helpless and hopeless, it was then associated as you became more logical as being a child, right? So this is where the seriousness developed, right? But underneath it, like you are very playful, which is why spirit is saying bring it back because this is your authentic self and just creating a balance. And then standing your ground, right? Standing your ground. This is just there's like a gnat, and I don't even know how I got in here. Um, but anyways, you may feel led to look up what does a gnat represent as well, because it literally was I've been seeing a little bit, but it was literally on the keyboard crawling just now. And so spirit just said there's a message there for you. Um, but yeah, standing your ground is just you giving yourself permission to be who you are on an authentic soul level, even when your logical self comes in and attempts to say, okay, well, This, we already know this is what's required in order for us to get this, this, and this, right? But then your soul is like, but I would like to have some fun, right? Standing your ground is allowing your soul to guide you, even when your logical brain attempts to take over, right? Because and here's the thing, you've done so well by using your logical brain, right? But spirit is simple once you find that balance. And right now, it starts with being fully in with the inner child coming out, right? Once you find that balance, oh my goodness, whatever you've experienced thus far, you have no idea what you are in store for. And it is all good and all positive, and it will just make you feel alive, right? Like alive. And when I say that, it's like, imagine, let's just say, imagine if your physical form were to die, transition, right? And all was left was your soul. And imagine your physical form being in a grave, right? In a grave, your bones, just bones, that's it. And then imagine slowly you start to have skin and flesh covering those bones, right? You start to have blood in there, and then you start to have a heartbeat and a breath and awareness, right? And then just imagine what it would feel like to have conscious awareness that you were just bones in this grave, right? And then not only do you have all this, but you come out of the ground and you see the light and you have clarity of purpose, right? And you smell the smells and you're like, you know what I mean? Like, imagine how refreshing that would feel to be like, oh, I can stretch and live again, right? That's the feeling that they're giving me as far as when you merge the two. Is there anything else? Okay. One more card. What message do you have, Christy? So both or just the one? Okay, they said both. Duh. Okay, so you have divine feminine, magnetic receptive power. And with your inner child, what your inner child does is to help you connect deeper to your divine feminine energy, because that inner child energy is not much, I'm hearing much off and much different from the divine feminine energy. So think about it. When are we the most loving, the most nurturing, the most caring without thought or judgment? When we're children, right? And we think of a divine feminine, she's nurturing, she's loving, or he, because divine feminine is not always female bodied, right? But when we think in terms of that, that's when we're closest to each other. We're closest to our divine feminine when we're a child, or our feminine energy. We're closer to our childlike self when we're nurturing in our feminine energy, right? So this is creating that coming home, that coming into self, right? And then you have wisdom, learning, joy, art, and music. So, I always say there's a lot that we can learn from children, right? And not just the children around us, but from our own inner child. So this is, again, Spirit is telling you, not only are you being called to connect with your divine feminine energy, your divine energy, the goddess within, but you're being called to connect with that joy. You're being called, again, when we talk about your passion, the artistic part of what you're here to do, right? Allowing yourself to connect to music and feeling the flow of the sounds, right? Whether you're on beat, off beat, below the beat, whatever, right? It's not about what dance am I doing. It's just about the feeling, right? The frequency, feeling the frequency and flowing with the frequency. Spirit would like you to flow with the frequency of who you are, right? Allow yourself to flow with the frequency of who you are, every aspect of you, not just one side of you, not just the side that society says is how you are successful, or we accept this as success, or how to obtain success, right? So that is your message. Thank you for allowing me to serve you. I'm going to look at the comments. I don't know if you've been leaving any. Hey, Danielle, my other cousin is on. So, okay, Danielle is my cousin from my maternal side. Our grandmothers were sisters, or are sisters. They're transition, but they're sisters. And then my cousin, hey, Nicoya, my cousin, delicately blessed, our fathers are brothers. So, yeah. Look, we just got my mama, my cousins. I don't know why I felt like saying green beans, potatoes, tomatoes. I don't know why I felt like saying that. You name it. That's how I feel. Because you guys know I love food. So having the family on, that's how I feel. Like green beans, potatoes, tomatoes. Anyways. So let's see. You guys, Nicoya, Black Obsidian is Nicoya. If you are on Instagram and you have not checked out Koya's crystals, go ahead and check her out. She does live crystal shows, and her crystals are amazing. So let's see. Hey, sister. Danielle is my cousin's sister. Chrissy said, I don't have fun anymore. Tears of joy Twirl, twirl, twirl. Yes. Okay, well then listen. If you are around me, you're gonna be having fun. I'm gonna pull your inner child out. The silly, it took me a while, right? My healing journey. It was a while. I cut her off, but I cut her off. She was hidden, scared, hiding. She was cut off. I was cut off. I was just a shell, right? And now it's like she's here and I love her and she loves me because I let her just do her thing, you know? But yes, yes, fun is so important, so important. And you have such a strong calling, right? But it does involve you allowing yourself the freedom to just enjoy this journey, just enjoy the journey, right? Yeah. TK says sacral stuff has been coming up for me as well. Yeah. And TK, I was just told to tell you, allow yourself to release the past pain of old wounds. But it wounds and womb was coming through. Like they said wounds, but I felt womb. And then they said womb, 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 but I felt wounds, right? So it's interconnected for you. Hey, Anitra, you're still on. Also, you guys go check out Anitra Jones on Instagram and get into that yes life, okay? So yes, yes, yes. Um, Tempest said, "Oh, Christy, how wonderful and amazing." Yes, twirl. And you know what? I like you to take it a step further. When you get done with this live, even if it's not right away, but before the night is over, I like you to either go on YouTube and turn on some childhood music. Now, I'm going to tell you what's coming through for me, and this may just be as an example, but you remember now, I know my cousin Delicately Blessed remembers, right? Because we used to listen to this together. But do you remember those Disney albums, right? That had like the books with it, right? I remember those as a kid. Now, that may not be what you're called to listen to, but something from your childhood that brings up nostalgia, put it on and then do, what'd you say? Three, did you do three twirls? Twirl, 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 and then do three twirls. Like just channel your inner child and just do it like you would if you were a child, right? And then you can keep going and dance, or you could turn it off. But just three twirls with some childhood music on. And then another thing I'm being called to recommend that you do as well is to go on YouTube. Find whatever was your favorite show as a child and put it on. Listen, I've watched Small Wonder on YouTube. I've watched Rags to Riches. I've watched Puff the Magic Dragon, Smurfs, like Strawberry Shortcake Jam, all of them, and many more, right? But find your favorite show and just watch at least an episode, right? And just connect to your inner child. You may even feel led to eat some popcorn while you're watching. But yeah, yeah. Um, you are so welcome. So welcome. Oh, speaking of which, look, I got this little bunny. My other crystal is in the bed because I sleep with it, but I got this from Nicole. And you guys, this is heavy. And I always say this when I haven't even taken it off. I always say this when I talk about Nicoya is that I usually buy my crystals wholesale, but I have been buying crystals from Nicoya because the energy of the crystals, the quality of the crystals, and the energy that she infuses. So, when we get crystals, we cleanse them and set the intention. So, what I do is I only cleanse them of whatever energy they may have attracted and transport, or you know what I mean? But I keep the energy that she's infused it with. I keep that there. So yeah, it's amazeballs. Yes, Punky Brewster was one of my favorites, TK. Oh, it was. Um, let's see. Christy said, I love you. I'll listen to this message that and night. Thank you. So grateful for you. You are so welcome. And I love you too. I do. And I'm so grateful that you've joined our community. So come back whenever you feel led. We're here. We're here. You're a part of the family now. Day and night. Awesome. Awesome. TK said, thank you. I know why that came up. I will. Hey, Deasia. My cousin Danielle said, y'all should hear when my cousin and I inner child come out together. We are a hot mess. All you can do is laugh. I promise your inner child will come out naturally. Yes. Today we had a little inner child exchange this morning. It was awesome. And you know what's so funny? Let me just tell you guys this. And then I'm going to ask, is there anybody else? I believe I got everybody else. But if you already paid for your reading and I didn't get you, let me know in the comments, okay? But it's so funny because my cousin Danielle, I always thought that her and my cousin Kone were so much older than me because Danielle was always so nurturing and so loving and just she took care of me, right? And comes to find out, we only 2 years apart, right? But she is like a big sister to me. And when my grandmother was transitioning, I was married at the time. My first husband and I, we were married a little over 14 years. And my grandmother didn't tell him to take care of me. My grandmother told my cousin Danielle to take care of me. So, and she definitely does, so yeah, she was always that big sister that I never had. And yes, sometimes our inner child, when I went to the Bay Area before she moved, we had a beach day and we just had so much fun. I'm not much of a phone person, but she knows, but I love when we hang out in person. So, yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Well, Christy, let's connect so we can reserve your spot for the next Mexico retreat. It's Anitra and I shared a moment on the final day. And I was like, now you see why I always say it's my favorite way to serve. I love serving on every way, in every way. But when we are face to face in person, right? It's just magical, and it's something that words can't express, but being able to connect. Deasia also shared some of that, but being able to connect in that way, it's just out of this world. So I'm excited that you're going to join us. Um, let's see. Chrissy said Soul Train. Yes, I used to watch Soul Train too. I'm going to ask you guys this question. Tell me if anybody can remember this. Okay, so there was a show. They were puppets. Penelope, one of the characters, her name was Penelope. There was like a baboon. He was a light color, like almost like a khaki color. And then you had I don't know if they were monkeys or chimps, and they were the darker brown. And there was a lady who was a human. These were the main characters. Penelope was the name of one of the puppets. Does anybody know what that show is called? I remember the show. I've asked so many people by sharing these details. No one knows the show. So at the retreat, I was starting to think, was it a real show or was it something that I made up in my head? But no, it's a real show. I just don't know why no one remembers it but me. Maybe if I knew the name, you guys remember. But does that sound familiar to anybody? Do any of you know what show this is? It used to come on Saturday mornings. It was one of like the Saturday morning lineups. I have no idea what it's called. Y'all remember Fraggle Rock? Let's see. Tanisha said, I'm next, please. My sister got one for me. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're so welcome. So welcome, Nicoya. Chrissy said, I get it. Yeah, it's amazing. Amazing. I'm gonna share those videos with you guys as they get edited, but yeah, it's just magical. Okay, so Tanisha, did you have a no, it wasn't a skit or Mr. Rogers. It was like a show, its own show. No, it was its own show. And it was set, it looked like they were in a shop, like a shop. That was the main setting. You remember it, Danielle? But you don't remember the name, huh? Okay, General. Okay, awesome, awesome. So I'm gonna connect to Tanisha, and if you guys remember, let me know, cause I'm like I would love to just go back. I used to watch Kids Incorporated. Okay, so what message do you have for Tanisha? I don't know why I have your cards and I'm being called to pull cards for you. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Ah. Okay. And then, oh, you're getting this deck. All right. I can't mute you guys. We're not on Zoom. I'm going to yell really quick, okay? Maj, will you turn my fan off, please? Will you turn my fan off, please? Thank you. Yeah. It's just, it's super cold. I already got up to use the bathroom. Huh? The one closest to me. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, guys. Real life. It happens. So look, we have throat chakra. And that's why I said, ooh, now I know why Spirit said grab your cards first. And then you have seek. You have darkest fears. And I'm being told to stop there before I get into your other three cards. So, one of the things that I'm being told to tell you is it's important for you to seek your truth and speak your truth, right? It's important for you to not allow your fears to take over when you're interacting with others and when you're interacting and showing up in life, right? So, motivational speaker is coming through. Now it instantly got hot. Motivational speaker is coming through for you. But what you're being called to do is to seek wisdom within your soul, right? So what spirit is telling me to tell you is it's about you creating pockets of peace throughout the day every day, right? You are being called to not allow circumstances or the collective to have such a strong effect on you. Now, as I was saying such a strong effect, what I was hearing was I heard strong, but I also heard positive at the same time. So what spirit is saying is by nature you are that person that can transmute experiences into something positive. But what's happening is you aren't protecting your own energy. You aren't connecting to spirit in the way that you're being called to. So you're actually carrying the weight of the collective as opposed to transmuting it. And oftentimes what I say is, until we heal and we really learn how to direct our energy, we show up as a sponge when we're called to show up as a filter, right? So if you think of filter, a filter, things will go right through it, and that's that transmuting process. You take chaos, you turn it into peace, right? You take hate, you turn it into love. But when we become a sponge, we take chaos and we absorb it. We take hate and we absorb it. It's not ours, but we're carrying it. So it shows up in our reality as if it is ours, right? So, in order for you to really identify what you're being called to heal, that's yours, you got to start releasing and protecting yourself so you can block some of that energy that's coming in, right? And first, it starts with you being able to say no, right? Being able to say no. When people are approaching you, when people are asking you, if you don't feel like doing it, say no. That's first, right? And then it goes into you releasing the things that are in your energy field that don't belong to you, and then protecting yourself so you minimize the amount of other people's energy that you receive, right? But then after you do that, it's about you getting to the root cause of why you started being this way in the first place, right? Also, I'm hearing church mouse. I'm hearing timid and tiny, right? Now, this isn't coming through as the way you show up in the world. This is coming through as how you express your voice. And when I say your voice, I mean your thoughts and ideas that are given to you from spirit, because I'm receiving that you do have that sixth sense and you do receive things, but you doubt it, you question it, and you don't receive it in a way where you're like, I know this is coming from spirit and I know I'm being called to guide. I know I'm being called to teach. And yeah, I got these feelings. It's almost like in class. In class, the teacher asks a question and you're like, ooh, the answer is, but I don't know if that's really the answer. So you don't raise your hand and you don't speak. And then when the answer is the one that you knew it was, that you doubted, you're like, man, I should have raised my hand. That's how it's coming through for you when it comes to your gift, right? So you're being called to cultivate your gift, right? You're being called to cultivate. And ultimately, you are being called to do motivational speaking, like on a stage, conferences, big stuff, right? Because you got a story to tell, your own story, and a story that spirit places in your heart to tell for the collective, right? Is there anything else about that? Okay, so let me just show you this card because spirit is saying it's time for you to get out in nature more. It's time for you to connect with nature more, because specifically greenery, because for you, when you connect to Mother Earth and when you connect to what word was about to come out, because that didn't feel like nature. So was there another message with that? I said, no, go ahead and say nature. So when you connect with nature, what it does is it allows you to see the power of the divine, which reminds you of the power that's within you, right? So I'm hearing boo, and I'm seeing like people throwing tomatoes, right? Stage fright. You may have a little bit of that, but this is why it's your purpose and part of your calling, because you're being called to release that fear, overcome it, and get on that stage and speak. I'm also being told to tell you that you're safe. You're safe, you're perfect, you're whole and complete, right? So this stage fright, right? I'm feeling that you may have had an experience in childhood that amplified it. But what I'm really seeing as the deeper cause is past life, where you were vocal, you were in your glory, being that rainbow bridge, delivering these messages from spirit. And nobody throws tomatoes on the stage. People may boo in this lifetime, but nobody does that. But I'm just seeing like tomatoes and just fruits and vegetables and rocks and just things being thrown at you because the message that you were delivering was not aligned with what the collective was receiving. What they had been taught was truth, right? So basically, you were doing light work then, right? And people sometimes are brainwashed and they can't see the truth even when it's right there, right? And that's what you experienced. So you brought that over into this lifetime. But Spirit is saying now it's time to release that. You may also feel led to do some improv shows, right? Where it's fun, you're on stage, and it's not really you receiving, thinking, delivering. You're just simply acting out a role, right? You can start there to really start to loosen up this fear, is what I'm receiving. And when I do this, Spirit said the reason why I was told to do that is because it's not really a fear for you. Actually, it's a learned behavior. When you peel back the layers of that feeling of fear, it's more of a learned behavior. It's more of a protection mechanism, right? Which is even easier to release, right? Because if it's not really a deep rooted fear and it's more of a protection mechanism, then you can shed that, right? You can shed that. So tell yourself every day you are safe. It is okay for you to be you. You are safe. It is time for you to be you. It is time for you to show up and do what you came here to do. You are safe. Like just tell yourself every day. And whatever words of reassurance that come to you as you're saying you are safe, just say them because your soul is going to guide you into knowing what that part of you, right? That part of you that's carrying that learned behavior that's showing up as fear, right? What to say so that you can release it. Now you have, I can't tell stories of shortage and experience abundance. And what it says is continuing to tell stories of shortage only continues to contradict your desire for abundance. And you cannot have it both ways. You cannot focus upon unwanted. Okay, we know that's lack, but go ahead with it. Unwanted and receive wanted. So you can't focus on what you're not choosing and receive what you're choosing. You cannot focus upon stories about money that make you feel uncomfortable and allow into your experience what makes you feel comfortable. A different story will bring different results. My thoughts are the basis for the attraction of all things that I consider to be good, which includes enough money and health for my comfort and joy. Okay. So, you guys, you know what? I don't know if Deasia is still on. Um, but follow her YouTube channel, subscribe to her channel. That just came through as I was reading this message for you, because she's a excellent reader as well. Now what I'm being told to do is to hold this up so you can take a screenshot. Let me get it to where the light's not, because this came up as a collective message as well. So go ahead and take a screenshot, that bottom part, because that's the part that I'm being told to recommend that you say every day. That part that's that's italicized. Is that how you say it? And let me know when you got the picture. Did you get the picture? I'm gonna move on to your next card. If you didn't, let me know and I'll hold it up again, okay? You also have appreciation and love are identical vibrations. And that instantly I heard appreciate yourself more. See what you bring to the table. See the beauty that is you. And not even like your physical beauty, because Spirit is saying you don't really lack esteem in that. Like, you're beautiful. It's more on the inside. You don't give your insides the credit that it deserves. Like, you don't give your heart the credit that it deserves. Your heart is beautiful and it's who you are. So you just kind of minimize it because this is just who you are. Like, you're not putting in any extra effort to be this way. You're not, doing anything special how you would perceive it. You're just being you. But what Spirit would like you to know is that your genuine love and your genuine heart and soul, it is special. It's special. So Spirit would like you to see the beauty that is you and appreciate it more. Okay. It says, appreciation and love are identical vibrations. Appreciation is the vibration of alignment with who you are. Appreciation is the absence of everything that feels bad and the presence of everything that feels good. When you focus upon what you choose, when you tell the story of how you choose your life to be, you will come closer and closer to the vicinity of appreciation. And when you reach it, it will pull you toward all things that you consider to be good in a very powerful way. Okay. So, what message would you like to deliver with that in addition to appreciating yourself more? Okay. So, Spirit is saying to look at this card, right? To really focus on the card. What do you see? You see an open heart, right? An open heart. You see two people, which make one. The third eye, that's that guidance, right? That's that trusting that guidance you receive. You see the healing hands. If you haven't gotten into Reiki or thought about Reiki, it's something to add to your gifts and skills and how you serve the collective, right? And also, what you're doing is you're healing through your hands, through the Reiki, through the energy, through your divine guidance, right? And with that guidance, you speak the truth. This is that motivational speaking. See the guidance, see how this is the same energy as this. So, your third eye, your psychic gifts will allow you to speak the truth. Your open heart comes from that divinity within you. And what you're doing is you're teaching others how to open their heart, right? Now, within that open heart, perfect, whole, and complete, this heart here, right? It's upside down, but that's not a bad thing, right? It's different. It's different. It's not what people are used to, but it's whole, it's perfect, and it's complete, right? So, this picture depicts you, basically. It depicts you. And then 53 is 8, which represents eternity, eternal, right? So, you're an old soul, carry lots of wisdom, and Spirit is saying it's time for you to now share that wisdom. It's time for you to speak that wisdom. Anything else? Okay. I'm being told to pull from this deck too. What message do you have? Ooh. Do I take both? Okay. I'm so no, just the one that fell. Angel of love. I can't make it up. Angel of love. That's you. Angel of love. So Spirit would like you to see your heart. You see how she's looking down at the heart? See your heart. All the light that's within your heart and the influence that it has on the world around you. Now look at the heart and then look at the surroundings. Notice how everything around her is the color of the heart? That's what you do. Through your love, you shift things, you shift people, you move mountains, right? So it's time. It's time. Now Spirit is saying, look on the bottom. I can't make it up. Look, Spirit said, now look on the bottom. As I was saying, it's time. It's time. It's time for you to take action. It's time. Don't sit on this. Don't sit on your laurels. Don't wait. It's time for you to take action. And you're another one I'm being told to tell. If you feel like you could use assistance and you like to be a part of the mentorship, I'm now enrolling more soul family members. So I'm here, right? Check in with your soul, check in with spirit. If you get a yes, let's do it, right? Let's do it. But now is the time. Now is the time for you to take action. So don't delay, don't wait. And I just heard peace be still. And spirit said peace is yours. And actually, I'm just hearing you bring a lot of peace to everyone else, but now it's time for you to focus on your own peace. And your peace will increase when you have that piece of clarity, right? Because right now things still feel a little unclear for you, right? Like you recognize like, yes, okay, that resonates. Yes, okay, yes, this, right? But it's like in pieces, right? It's like the big picture, the full circle. You've yet to connect with that. So it's in pieces, right? And so when you have that big picture, full circle where you feel that everything is connected, everything is aligned, and it's clear to you, this is when you're going to be able to increase that peace for self, okay? Yeah, yeah. Seek truth also is what I'm being told to tell you. Seek truth. Seek truth. Yeah. And I'm just being told to your fears are just a fragment of your imagination. So it's not real. It's not real. Nope. You're powerful. You're strong. Yep. Hmm. Hmm. You may feel led to look up the number five as well. Angel Google five and then angel number or angel number five, whichever way. So yeah, so that's your message. Thank you for allowing me to serve you. Let me know how it resonated. Let's see what you're saying. Um, let's see. Solid Gold. I don't think it was Solid Gold. Lamb Chop. I think that's a show that like my kids watched. That wasn't like in the 80s. It was a show in the 80s. I did leave that part out. It was in the 80s. Danielle said, on top of your reading for her, saying to manifest release through the moon because the sun is overpowering her energy and she needs to be more relaxed with her energy, and the moon will help her. So it definitely serves your highest good to be more relaxed with the moon, with your energy, and the moon will help you. So yes, yes, thank you for sharing that. Thank you so much. And who was that for? The person before, was that for Christy or was that for Tynesha? Who was it for? It may be for both. Like they both may be able to get something from that message. Um, Timba said, "Can we read the card again?" Yes. I'm glad that I didn't put that one away because I sure did put some of them away. Okay. Wait, let's get that light out of the. Oh, would you like the whole thing? Or are you asking me to read it again, or were you asking me to hold it up so you could take a screenshot? It says, continuing to tell stories of shortage only continues to contradict your desires for abundance. And you cannot have it both ways. You cannot focus upon unchosen and receive what's chosen. You cannot focus upon stories about money that make you feel uncomfortable and allow it into your experience. Allow into your experience what makes you feel uncomfortable. A different story will bring different results. My thoughts are the basis for the attraction of all things that I consider to be good, which includes enough money and health for my comfort and joy. So that's the part that Spirit was saying, to take a screenshot so you can say that affirmation, that bottom part. Let's see. Tempest said, can we? Okay. That heart is pouring into the bottom, which actually fills the top first, making it complete full first. Yes. Um, that's an amazing card. Let's see. Client Casey said, definitely. Thank you. Definitely resonated. You are so welcome. Yes, both. Oh, so this card too? Isn't it beautiful? Like once we've been able to really break down how it pertains to you. And let's see, it says thank you. Um, of which one? Both? So here's this one. Let me know when you have the screenshot of this one. And then here's the whole. Wait, can you see it? That light. There it goes. There's the whole. There it goes. Do you have it? I know it's a little bit delayed, but okay. There's that. And I'll keep these out so in case you didn't get it. Danielle said it was for the last person who you did the reading on, but everyone can actually release their energy with the moon because it's more relaxed, less energy, and less people is absorbing the moon. Yes, most definitely. Most definitely. I'm being called to, and thank you for sharing that. I'm being called to pull a card for us as a collective before we wrap up in Power Hour. Now, I'm just making sure that no one else sent over a reading. So I'm checking now, sent over for a reading, and then I log off and it's like, let's see. Okay, so I just did your reading. So, yep. So it looks like I did everyone's. Yes, ma'am, I do. I sure do. So I'm gonna keep these right here for now. I'm gonna pull the card for the collective. If you're doing the mini read for today, they're 25, and I'll share the Cash App with you. If you were to do a personal one-on-one reading where you and I would meet via Zoom, the 30-minute where it's unlimited questions and whatever spirit comes through is 111, and then the 60-minute is 222. So it would be where you and I would meet privately via Zoom. Always look to make sure I'm spelling this right. So if you like one, then go ahead and send it over to AshworthScott. I just put it in there. Okay, thank you guys, Christy and Alaka, for answering that. Okay, so do I take those for us? Spirit said yes. Okay, so just these two, or is that one included too? Okay. So we have, I can deliberately choose to feel better now. It's true, we can. It says, not only does the thought you are choosing right now attract the next thought and the next, and so on, it also provides the basis of your alignment with your inner being. As you consistently and deliberately think and speak more of what you do choose and less of what you do not choose, you will find yourself more often in alignment with the pure positive essence of your own source. And under those conditions, your life will be extremely pleasing to you. So, you know what? Spirit said this earlier. Remember, we were talking about how we were trained to speak, how we were programmed to speak, like, oh, I'm broke, I can't do it. And then we feel like when we're speaking things into existence or speaking how we're choosing it to be, it feels like a lie. So the reason why Spirit gave this message again in a different way is because Spirit is saying it's important for you to release whatever fear or whatever programming is associated with, oh, it feels like a lie, right? And you can simply say, I'm practicing law of attraction, I'm practicing speaking things into existence, so let me answer you from that standpoint, because then not only are you serving yourself and shifting your life, but you're also teaching, right? You're also teaching, and you now put into a different perspective with someone else. And then you can even say, after you say it, so this is the reason why I do this, and you can explain, right? So then that way, not only are you reprogramming your own way of existing, but you're now sharing that gift with someone else, and then they have the choice to implement it or not. But it's important to explain the why, because it's like my teenager. If he don't see the value in it, he is not doing it. And as human beings, that's oftentimes how we are. If we don't see the value in it, we like, "Psh, this girl crazy." So that explanation is good. And and you'll know, like you'll know. Trust, just trust. You'll know. If they ask you and you speaking it into existence, and that's your indication that sharing is necessary. You have, my every single story is attracting its vibrational match. Yes, yes, yes. It says every thought that you think is vibrating at a very personal frequency, and by the powerful law of attraction, the essence of that which is the okay. Wait, let me start over, you guys, because I feel like it's my eyes. I haven't gotten my bifocals yet. It says every thought that you think is vibrating at a very special frequency. And by the powerful law of attraction, the essence of that which is like unto itself is drawn. That thought is now attracting another thought that is its vibrational match. And now the combined thoughts are vibrating at a frequency that is higher than the thought that came before. And they will now, by the law of attraction, attract another and another and another until eventually the thoughts will be powerful enough to attract a real life situation or manifestation. So we've been getting the same messages in different ways. And spirit is just saying, align, right? Your thoughts are so powerful. They're so powerful. Your thoughts, your words, your vision. So I'm going to show you guys something else because I told you my altar's over here, right? I'm going to show you what else is over here. Can you see that vision board? My vision board is there. And the reason my vision board is there is so I see it every day, right? So I see it every day. Now, here's something I like to tell you about manifesting. What I'd like you to do is think of a memory, an experience that just where you just felt elated with joy, right? For me, it's always something dealing with my grandparents, me and my grandparents. That's how I feel the most joy. Feel it until you are in tears with so much joy. And then once you can feel that feel good feeling from that memory, then start to see yourself existing in the experience of what you're manifesting, right? Because when you're manifesting, it's not just about what you speak, it's not just about what you think, it's not just about what you see, right? It's also about what you feel. And the more engaged you become emotionally and with all of your senses, smell, when I'm doing this, I'm smelling my grandmother's cooking, I'm smelling, the house, you know what I mean? It's about the smell, it's about the taste, it's about what do you hear, right? And the more you engage yourself in that experience and the more you feel good, the easier it becomes for you to match the frequency of what you're choosing to manifest, right? So it just takes practice. It takes practice. Some days is easier than others, but just start practicing that. Start practicing and let me know how your manifestations start to shift, how quick they start to come in. Okay, let's see. Okay, yes, personal at a later time. Thanks. You're so welcome. And listen, as far as the personal readings go, all the videos, there's a description box. And you know what? Let me show you. And then a lot that we'll get into your reading. But I'm gonna show you on my phone. Okay. So, because some people don't even know where it's at. You'd be surprised. So I'm gonna show you for those of you that may not know where it's at. Okay. And look, there we are, live. Um, Okay, I'm gonna go to a video that's not live because otherwise we'll get a bunch of feedback. Okay, so what? Also, for those of you that watch the ads, thank you because YouTube pays for the ads watched. So for those of you that don't skip them, thank you. Um, Look, so can you see? No, still can't see. Hey, how did the light brighten itself again? Okay, so you see this little arrow right here? Wait, this light. This light is more trouble than it's worth, like my grandfather used to say to me. Okay, so look, there's an arrow right there. Anyways, you're gonna click that, and then y'all, bear with me. It keeps brightening itself. I know what it is. It's the light that changes it. So, anyways, when you click that, it takes you to the description. Let's do this. Okay, we're gonna hold it, but it takes you to the. Anyways, did you guys see where it was? Y'all saw the arrow. Now it's dim. But anyways, when you go there, there's like a whole list of things. Like, there's the consultation link. So if you're interested in working with me one-on-one, or if you're interested in learning more about the retreat, you schedule a consultation. There is the link for the personal reading under that. There's a link to schedule with Gillian for energy healing session. Let's see. There is a link to schedule a bundle package because when you save, like when you schedule multiple sessions with Jillian, you save. So there's that link. There's a link if you'd like to leave a review. So anytime I do a reading with you or work with you in any way, you can click that link, leave a review. Um, the Cash App is there. The link is there also, Christy. I know I send it to you, but it's actually in the description of the video. So if you don't have Cash App, you can click on that. And then when you purchase something for the first time, we'll both get a $5 bonus. The PayPal is there. For some of you that like to donate through Amazon, The Amazon wish list is there. And yeah, that's what's all in the description box. And you'd be surprised how many people don't even know that it's there. But yeah, it's just that little arrow. It's located all the way on the right hand side. You'll see it points down. You click that, it opens the description. I know a lot of you probably knew that was there, but you'd be surprised how many people don't. Okay. So let's see. Alata said, okay, thanks for the reminder. I'll book my one-on-one when we're finished sending payment now. Awesome. Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm looking forward to connecting. Tanisha said, thank you for holding them up again. I had to walk my dog and the Wi-Fi cut out. Then my screen went dark and couldn't see anything. Listen, but couldn't see. Well, I'm glad that you were able to get that. Let's see. Tempest said, thank you for sharing that. You're so welcome. That's an explanation worth repeating over and over to each one, teach one. Yes, most definitely. Christy said, Nat's spiritual meaning is perseverance, determination, and endurance. Also reflects a sharp vision and intuition. Having a Nat as your spirit animal means you can see a situation from different angles. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Timba said, thank you, Christy. Alapa said, no rush, picking up my babies. Okay. Tempest said, thank you for the explanation, technique of manifestation. That makes so much sense. You're so welcome. Chrissy said, dancing to Earth, Wind, and Fire, September. My puppy is going crazy. Fun for today. Awesome. I'm so glad. See, that's that action the spirit's talking about. You taking immediate action. So, yes, yes, yes. I'm excited to know what show you watch too. So, yeah, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited, you guys. I love Empower Hour. I love when we get on together. So yes, yes, yes. But okay, I'm gonna connect to Alatha for her reading. And I'm being told to pick these up because they fell. Those two that I kept out so I could hold up. Okay, what message do you have for Alatha? Hmm. I'm hearing that Ain't No Sunshine song again too. And then I heard Get Down on It. Do, 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 get down on it. Get down on it. Alatha, it's time for a vacation. When was the last time you did something that was just for you? It doesn't even have to be a long vacation. It could be a quick weekend getaway. It can be in your same city and in your same state. It's just time for you to take a time out, take a break. Like even if you get a room or you get a massage and you have room service, but Spirit is saying it's time for you to take a break from it all, right? And just kind of regroup, reconnect with yourself, with Spirit, and just allow yourself to be pampered. And I don't know why I'm seeing some man with big old muscles feeding you grapes all oiled up and stuff, but this is the level of pampering you're called to do. Now the man feeding you, that's optional, but it's an example of how you're being called to be pampered. Ah, huh. Spirit said you also have a fear of heights. And when I was like, oh, Spirit said, but yours is metaphoric. You have a fear of flying. You have a fear of elevating, is what Spirit is saying. It's not heights like zip lining, it's heights like elevating. So it's time for you to release that because it's blocking you, right? Now, what's going on is you are taking action. You are in action. You are taking those steps, right? However, that fear that's there, it's still showing up as a block. And it's almost like this, right? So if you had your hand and you were attempting to get through, there's so much light that could get through the cracks. But if that was gone, it's just wide open, right? And that's how it's coming through. Like you're taking action, but it's requiring you to push through, right? It's requiring you to put in a lot of effort, a lot of energy, as opposed to once you release that fear completely and totally of elevating to your highest degree, right? Being seen, being heard, sharing, right? Then you're going to just soar and it's just going to be easy. So Spirit is commending you for taking the action, right? Which is also why it's important for you to take a break. It's important for you to take a break so that you can connect with Spirit without an interference of other people's energy. It's not like people are pulling at you like mommy, mommy, or nagging you or anything. It's just the interference of other people's energy. You're being called to be in a space where you have time, like, right, at least 1 to 2 days where you can just solely be in your energy. And when you do this, in all reality, what Spirit is recommending is that you don't leave your room. Like, you literally get room service. If you get a massage, they come massage you in your room, but where you're in this container of energy, right? Where it's just you and Spirit connecting, receiving downloads, right? And direction and guidance. What else for Alatha? He just said, Alatha, we're proud of you. We said a lot that you've never lost the connection. You just paused a bit, but you always show up. And I said, you always show love. I appreciate you for that. You do. You show up. You show love. You're always there, not just for me, but for others that are on. Right? It's just amazing the level of support, and so it's appreciated. Spirit says it's time for you to do that for yourself, right? By showing up and supporting yourself. And by yourself, Spirit means your inner child. During this break that you take, literally what I'm being told to tell you is to get a baby doll that represents you. And it's coming through as a rag doll, like something soft, not like a plastic doll, but something really soft and fragile, right? That represents a child at its most vulnerable time. And Spirit is telling you to just hold the doll, rock the doll, nurture the doll, hug the doll, kiss the doll, speak positive affirmations to that doll. Tell that doll how much you love her, how worthy she is, how brilliant and great she is, how protected she is, how safe she is. This doll represents your inner child, right? And I have chills. I don't know if you can see them, but I have chills saying this to you because this is like this thing that seems so simple, it may even seem or feel a little silly. It's something that's going to be really powerful in assisting you with releasing what is coming through as part of what's hindering you, right? What's making it tough. Let's say that. They said hindering you, but then they said it's making it tough because you're now in step, right? There was a time where you weren't always in step, or you stop and go. Like, you're in step. Even when you're paused, you're still in step, right? You reached another level where it's like, I'm in step no matter what. I'm determined no matter what. I accept this as my calling no matter what, right? And you know what I'm talking about. The book, that's very clear coming through. But now it's even going to another level, the speaking, right? The speaking, the sharing. They said, but also the journey in general. They said, we'd like you to make time for that. Whatever you have to do, make time for that. 1 to 2 days. 2 would be best, but 1 is good too. Okay, so now they being funny because they said, Alatha, what do you want to be? And then they said, what would you like to be when you grow up, right? Because sometimes our guides, they have walked the earth, and our ancestors, and they talk how they talk. They weren't all not using lack language. So they kind of did that, like, okay, we know that's lack, so let us clear it up. But they just said, what would you like to be when you grow up? Right. And this is something that they'd like you to connect to your inner child and ask that question and then journal about it without thinking. Right. And then look at that and determine how much of that is happening in your life now. Right. And it may not be apparent, right? It may not be like, let's say if you said, oh, I'd like to be a teacher when I grow up, right? And even though you may not be in a classroom, you may notice that you are showing up as a teacher in different ways, right? So this is what they like you to do. Journal what you like to be when you grow up, and then reflect on how much of that is being incorporated into your life now. It's really important for your inner child to know that she's safe. Your inner child is fierce. She is, like, at her core, at her true essence, before any trauma, she's fierce. And I'm gonna say it how I'm getting it. They said, and she has a I don't give a fuck attitude, right? They said they'd like you to incorporate some of that, but in a healthy way, right? Okay, thank you. Meaning, I don't care what they think. I don't care what they wish. I don't care. I am here. I have a purpose. I'm on a mission, and I'm gonna do it. Period. No matter what. right? This is me taking my power back and me, and what I'm receiving, it's like a power source, right? It's like not only are you taking your power back, but you're receiving and integrating the power within you of all the people who you're meant to serve who lost their power, right? Through childhood trauma. And so what I'm seeing is like, like anime, kame, kame, ka. They bring this up a lot, the kame, kame, ka as a visual. But what happens is when you're serving, you're able to then give them their power back, right? You make it available for them to come and grab their power back. Like you're like, here it is, come take it. Here it is, it's yours, right? Whereas when they're in their trauma, right? When their power gets left there, it's like a fight. It's like whoever took their power is holding on to it with dear life. They're given all these metaphors. It's like, have you seen those movies where it'll be like a vampire and the person is really, really old, but they look really youthful. And then when they stop feeding, they turn into what they really look like, which is like Crypt Keeper, basically. It's coming through like that. Like the people that take the power away from children, it's like they thrive on that, right? So they hold on to it with dear life. That's how it's coming through. But by you telling your story, fearlessly telling your story, by you being in this place of uncovering the truth and connecting to your inner child, taking your power back, you're gathering the power for them. And then when you serve them, their power is right there. So all they got to do is choose it. Just choose it and just heal from the trauma. Here's your power. They don't have to seek it, they don't have to fight for it. It's just there. And this all happens through the work that you do. Right. So it's important. It's a major role, right? People that have experienced what you've experienced, it's major. Pickles and tomatoes. What? Pickles and tomatoes is coming up. Would you like me to know why? Or would you just like me to say pickles and tomatoes? Pickles and tomatoes. They keep saying it, pickles and tomatoes. They said ask you about pickles and tomatoes. So I'm gonna ask you. I don't usually read the comments while I'm reading, but they told me to ask you, so I'm gonna look at the comments. Love you too, Danielle. Thank you for showing up today. Alada said, I'm having a spa day tomorrow, boo. Already booked. Okay. Well, see, stay at the room and get you a room. Get your room too. Take some time out. Let's see. Pause all the time. Um, oh, good night. Thank you, Tanisha, for allowing me to serve you. Eliza said, thank you. I try to show up and show love all the time. Today I wasn't going to talk because I didn't want to relay messages, but geez. I was wondering if you were here. Eliza said, what I'd like to be? Yeah, I know why that question came. I just posted something about my inner child. Damn, that is her. She was fearless, then silenced. Yeah, yeah. Um, what was the question they just told me to ask you? That I was sitting here reading the comments to wait for. Bring it back, please, because I totally just forgot by reading the comments. Pickles and tomatoes. Thank you. They said ask you. Why are they telling me pickles and tomatoes? And then as a final for everyone that's still on, 819, remind me to tell everyone that angel message. That's a message for us. I know it's delayed a lot, the so, but pickles and tomatoes, they said ask you. And they're like literally, usually I would go on. Hi, Ravender. We are actually at the end of Empower Hour. We're at the personal readings part, but stick around, and if you feel led to watch the replay, by all means, watch the replay of Empower Hour. It'll be posted on the channel. Thank you, TK. A lot that said pickles and tomatoes, not sure. Well, you know how to be sure. Pickles and tomatoes. So what they told me was to tell you to reflect and think about it, as in tap in and ask spirit and then get back to me. Pickles and tomatoes. Pickles and tomatoes. Oh, it just came to me. Would you like me to tell her? Or would you like They said we told you what we'd like her to do. Just don't forget what we told you. Okay. Let me just do this. I'm gonna make sure I don't forget. And then I'm gonna continue with whatever else they have for you, pickles and tomatoes. I'm texting it to myself. Um, okay, great. Okay, what else do you have for Alata? I was going to because I'm like, oh, and they said, nope, nope, we told you what to do. So I have it, but they like you to reflect and whatever you receive, share it with me, after you go and reflect on it, pickles and tomatoes. And then I'm going to tell you. It's one, it's just one of those things, you know how they do where they just make something out of nothing, but there's a reason why they're doing it that way. And the reason is it's your inner child, right? It's They just said it's fun and goofy and silly and playful, but it's really something simple. So when you reflect, you tell me what you get because even if it's different, it's still relevant. But this is what they just said. So I'll share it with you after you share it with me. What else you have for a lot them? Okay, so now that don't be afraid of the way you feel, but they said tell Lotha, don't be afraid of the way she feels, right? And what they're telling me to tell you is although you've processed through a lot, you may find yourself feeling emotional in areas that you thought you were all cried out. Here they are with the song metaphors, Lisa Cole Jam. But they're saying that even if you thought you were all cried out and if you thought there was no more emotion attached to it or pain attached to it, whatever it is, what they like you to do is to feel it. Because sometimes that feeling or that idea that we're all cried out, it comes from a place of survival. It comes from a place of strength, right? What we've been taught is strength. It comes from a place of reclaiming my power, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there's no more residue, right? There's no residue. Things that we hid so far under the rug, right? That we didn't even realize was there. We done got a new rug and that's still there. So this is what they're telling you. Like as things come forward, right? As you scratch the surface and get down deep to the root, if you feel something to allow yourself to feel it, because you got to feel it to heal it, right? They also told me to tell you to take a time out and go for a train ride. But what they're showing me is it reminds me of when my car was stolen years ago in California, and I lived in Washington State, and we had drove there, right? And we took the bus back. It was during 9/11, like around that time, and we had chosen not to fly at that time, and so the ride was so amazing. It was on the coast, right? And it was just so beautiful. So they're telling you to take a train ride, but what they're showing me is like the coast, and it's not even like there's a particular destination. It's just to be there, enjoying nature, enjoying the ride, right? In your own energy, even though there's people around, right? So a train ride is something that is um, for you to do. Now they're saying literally, but what they're also saying is there's a figuratively to this as well. What they like you to do is enjoy nature in different places, connect to Mother Earth and all of her glory in different places. So, all the places that you've ever said you'd like to go, and even the ones you haven't said you like to go, connect and find out where are the places I love to travel to, right? Spirit is saying, create a space and give yourself permission to travel to those places, right? And to start your travel journey now. Like don't wait, don't wait. Tomorrow is not promised is what they're saying. So don't put off for tomorrow what you can do today. Right? It's time for you to start exploring and giving yourself that pocket of you time. And it's coming through like you may take little teeny breaks, but no, Spirit is saying literally a pocket of you time where it's total disconnect and you're able to just really be in that energy of self and spirit because this is important for your journey. Which one? Okay. It's so funny. Every time I ask which one, I'm looking at the one. And then spirit just now was like, you know which one. You see how that popped up? Mm, look at that. You got lead. It's time for you to take the lead in your own journey in your own life. And what that looks like is taking that break so that you can be connected to yourself. Look at that, your higher self right there, right? You see that scroll, you know what it represents, right? It's time for you to connect, for you to get refilled, right? Spirit to refill you, regroup, right? And get yourself out there and start leading. Again, the book's not the only thing. There's speaking engagements, right? There's travel. Oh, I'm starting to see now. So the travel is something that you do for fun and leisure, but also your speaking engagements are going to require you to travel too. So Spirit is saying, now you're ready for that next level, that next layer to your what you're here to do. You thought the book was it. You remember it wasn't. I'm just now remembering it wasn't by Spirit bringing it up again. You remember. You're ready now. That resistance. You're ready now. So that's what's coming through. Okay, let's see. Pull from, oh, okay. So I was told to pull from the bottom and I pulled and it was two dreams coming true and coming together. So as you enter into this space, right, of your authenticity as it relates to your purpose, right? There are so many dreams that are going to come true for you. And literally what Spirit is saying, this has nothing to do with material dreams. This has nothing to do with dreams about self. Like you already know, you're a master manifestor. That happens all day every day, no problem, right? But these are the dreams that you have for the world. These are the dreams that you have for the children. I'm hearing Whitney's song, I believe the children are our future. We sang that at our third grade graduation. And even look at this coming together. You see that love. You see how he's literally teaching this child how to create the love by connecting to their inner light, right? And it's such a loving guidance, right? Coming from above and below, the divine, the cosmos, Mother Earth, right? Just encased in this loving energy. And it's almost like passing the torch, right? Passing the torch. So notice if you look at his hand here, it's like he's rolling that ball into the child's hand. So what your dreams for the collective that are coming true for children, you're going to be able to teach them. You're going to be able to pass the torch. You're going to be able to help them to speak their truth, write their truth, share their truth, and make a difference. It's a ripple effect. See, it's a ripple effect. It's like the drop of light in the pond, and then it ripples out into the collective. And behind it all is love. See the pink? Behind it all is love. And the healing of the heart chakra, the green, and then that yellow is that power, taking that power back, right? And it's a gentle power. It's strong. See how thick it is? It's strong, but it's gentle. It's not overpowering, right? So, yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. So that is your message. That's all that's coming through for you. I thank you for allowing me to serve you. And I'm going to see if you left any more messages. Hi, Emily Grace. Welcome. Yes, we've been on since what time we get on? 5, right? We start at 5. Now we're in the personal readings. We just did our last personal reading. So yeah, but I would recommend you watch the replay. And thank you for joining us. I'm glad you're here. Anitra said angel number 8. Thank you, Anitra. Because you know what? When I looked up and I saw there was now 6 people on, I was like 81819. I remember TK put it in the comments. So I believe it was TK. You said angel number 819 is a message from the angels to maintain a positive attitude and optimistic expectations to do with your divine life purpose and soul mission. Alata said that song came to me too. Anitra said, trust that you are in the right place at the right time. And your soul is urging you to shine your light in order to illuminate the way for others to follow. No coincidence that that came through for the collective during your reading, Alata. Angel number 819 may also be indicating that if you have been considering beginning or expanding a heart-centered service, profession, and or career, to do it, basically. Thank you, Anitra. Thank you. Thank you. Emily Grace said, so Emily Grace, I do have time for another reading. I'm going to send the Cash App link for you, and then you can send your payment there. And then you will be, I believe you'll be the last reading, unless someone else is on that would like a reading. Zen said, well, that makes sense. It does. Speaking of Zen, you guys, if you've noticed the graphics on my social media, Zen is the graphic designer. She has executed my brand perfectly. I spoke it and she made it come to life. And she offers packages. So if you have a business and yeah, she can help you find your brand. I came to her with a brand, but she can help you find your brand. She's very intuitive herself, and spirit guides her. And if you have a brand, she can execute it. So, yep, Self and Soul on Instagram. Self and Soul. Uh, let's see. Emily Grace said, "Oh, oh wow, okay. Well, I'm glad to be connected now. So am I." So for Wednesday Live and Power Hour, we go live every first Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern time, right? And so what I do is I deliver a message to the collective. We do some grounding, breathing exercises to start, allowing people to trickle in and just to ground really quick. And then we get the message from Spirit for the collective. It gets delivered, and then after that, we go into the mini readings, and the mini readings are for individuals. They're $25, and we do those. And in between the readings, oftentimes I'll be led to pull cards, or like the number will pop up, and we'll get the message for that. Um, Ooh, Anitra says she'll be reaching out to you, Zen. So yeah, so it is. What we do every first Wednesday. So let me know if you're gonna get the reading. So I shared the Cash App with you, and after you send your payment, let me know, and then we'll do your reading. And while we wait, I'm gonna do a message for the collective, and I'm being told to pull this deck. So no, it's not a link. It's the Cash App handle. So you would go on to Cash App, and then it's the $ capital ASHWORTH, and then capital SCOTT. Awesome. Thank you for being here for so long, TK. After I do this collective message, and when Emily Grace sends her payment, that'll be the last reading, I believe, and then we're gonna wrap it up too. I'm actually getting a little bit hungry. Ooh, I have some cucumbers in there, and some tomato, and some cashews. You guys, and look, this one's sticking out too. Ooh. Okay, TK, let me just say this before you leave. Look that. What were we talking about earlier? Duality. But look, we got this again too. Okay. So have a good night, TK. Thank you for being here. Night night. So we have bright heart, light, open connections. And then we have duality, many meanings, misunderstanding. Okay, and look at the differences in these women. Like, just look at the difference in the color of their clothes and their energy, right? Now, when we look at this one, you see the light, but it's coming through as kind of cracked. It's coming through as kind of hmm, shattered in a way, is the word that's coming through. And then you look at that book over there, and you see the skull, right? And if you look at her face, it looked like she looked like, oh no, you didn't. Like, oh, for real? Okay, let me go on and tend to you, right? And then you see this person, and it's just that, oh, right? Remember what Spirit said, there's a time and place for everything. And if we really look, it almost looks like this could be the same person, just a different version of that person. Her hand is on the rock. So what Spirit is saying, don't lose touch of who you are. Don't ever take your hand off of the peace. Don't ever take your hand off of the divinity, right? But sometimes it's okay to turn around and check somebody. Again, it's coming through the same. Now with the skull, Spirit is tend to focus on the skull. So oftentimes people will see skulls and they'll feel like, "Ooh, that's evil," or "Ooh, that's this," "Ooh, that's that." I was looking at the skull that I have. The crystal skull is not on the altar. It's actually on my bookshelf on top of books. But really, skulls just bring wisdom, right? Ancient wisdom, right? Of course, everything can be used for the other side, but it's not always that. So, Spirit would like for you to expand your horizon of understanding, and to not judge a book by its cover, right? To not judge a book by its cover. Even when you look at this person here and her light doesn't shine the same, to not automatically assume that she's she's not just as much in the light as this person. So what spirit is calling for you to do is to stop judging people based on what they look like, right? Judging people based on the fact that they're different from what society says is acceptable in this arena, right? Spirit would like you to start to feel the energy of people. Spirit would like for you to start seeing with your third eye and with your biggest, grandest eye, right? So that's what's coming through for those cards. All of those things. Ha! And can we not make this up? Look, what? 8 and 1 is 9. 6 and 3 is 9. So what spirit is saying is they're one and the same, right? They're one and the same. They're the same. They're the same. But if we hadn't looked closely and really observed, we would have missed that. We would have been so focused on what we see here and what we see here, and we would have categorized them as different. But when we gave ourselves an opportunity to really go deeper and explore, we were able to see that they're just one and the same. So, Spirit would like you to start exploring more, right? Exploring more, feeling more. Practice sometimes do this. Sometimes practice closing your eyes and walking around your house. It may seem silly, it may feel silly, but literally start taking your time in the dark with your eyes closed and feeling and allowing spirit to guide you, right? And just feeling your way through. And this is how spirit would like you to do with people. Get rid of what you see. Get rid of what you hear. Get rid of what you're taught and feel and see, right? See right there. Okay. Good night, Mom. I love you. Um, huh? TK said, I know why Spirit told me to wait for this message. I didn't even know you were waiting for the whole message. I thought you were just going to see the card, but I'm glad you waited. Zen says, synchronicity. Whoa. Let's see. And yes, Emily Grace, you know what? You may feel led to join next time and do a reading then because I haven't heard back from you. But welcome to our community. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're here. So yeah, so you guys, it is 9:23. I'm gonna look that up and then we're gonna go ahead and log off. 9:23. Let's see. Okay, Spirit, what you got for us? This is our final message. It says angel number 923 is a combination of the vibrations of the numbers 9, 2, and 3. Number 9 relates to the universal spiritual law, sensitivity, a higher perspective, and expansive viewpoint, influence, leading life as a positive example for others, nonconformity, benevolence, and altruism, philanthropy, and light working. Number 9 also denotes endings and conclusions. Number 2 resonates with your intuition and insight, service to others, diplomacy, and medit- mediation. I was making sure it wasn't meditation. Duality, finding balance and harmony, receptivity and love, selflessness, ambition, sensitivity, faith, trust, and your life purpose and soul mission. Number 3 is the number of affability, enthusiasm, assistance, and encouragement, communication and self expression, growth, expansion, and the principles of increase, manifesting broad minded thinking, talents, and skills, and the energies of the ascended masters. Angel number 923 brings a message from your angels that you are ready and well prepared to take on your life purpose with passion and effort, with faith and trust, that the angels and ascended masters support and encourage you in your light working endeavors. Give any fears or concerns to the angels for healing and get on with serving your soul purpose. Use your inner creativity in whatever form resonates with your soul. Express yourself and connect to your higher self. Do not disregard your natural creativity as you have your own unique gifts and talents that are to be shared with others. Bring out your special abilities and let them shine. Tap into your natural creative forces and connect with your intuitive voice to bring further inspiration to your life. Angel number 923 is a message to trust the guidance from the angels in all aspects to do with your life mission and to keep up your wonderful light work as you are helping others by shining your love and light on the world. Angel number 923 tells you that your confidence and self esteem are being boosted and your faith and trust encouraged by the angels and ascended masters and the universal energies. Use your natural talents, creativity, and optimism to enlighten others. And 923 breaks down to angel number 5. So, woo, that was good. That was real good. Real good. Awesome. And if you don't have Cash App, Emily Grace, in the description box of all of my videos, you'll see there's a link there. And then what you can do is you can click it. And when you set your Cash App up through that link, the first time that you send a purchase anywhere, you'll get $5 and I'll get $5. So if you have one, then no worries. Next time, it's totally fine. But if you don't, if you do that, you'll get $5 too. So you are so welcome, Anitra. Thank you. I was so glad that you were still on. Anitra said, it's a blessing hanging out with you, and it's a blessing hanging out with you too. And all of you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome. I don't know if you subscribed, Emily, but if you didn't, please do and come back. Come back now. You hear? Okay, that was it was a movie. I think it was Green Acres. Um, let's see. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so that I just saw where you said you are still on, but you're not going to bother signing up for now, but we'll be back. So yeah, any one of my videos, you'll see it in there and it'll make your reading next time $5 less. And let's see, Alata said if she's willing and you want, I'll donate a reading for you. So that's up to you guys. I'll do one more if that's something that she's open to. Are you still on, Emily? Emily Grace? Anitra said, oh, I read that. Emily Grace said the last message resonates with me very much. Living a very guided life right now and living my purpose. Awesome, awesome. And Grace said, "Awesome, thanks for the tip. Have a good night." She said, "Yes." Shamika, you're still on too. I'm so glad that you're on. Have a good night. Um, Zen said, thank you for this. You are so welcome, Zen, and thank you for being here tuned in. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you. And, I say this to you. I've said it to you, but I'm saying it again. I thank you for all the work that you do, not just by way of AshworthScott Life Sculpting, but just in general, sharing your light and your gifts. But speaking of AshworthScott Life Sculpting, you and Deasia both are such a huge part of the team, and you guys have taken the part of the work, right, that I don't enjoy, but is necessary so that I can show up even deeper in the creative space and serve. And so you are very much so a huge part of the team. And I thank you for all you do. So thank you. Let's see. So yeah. So okay. Perfect. So Emily Grace will be the last reading for the night. And those of you that are tuning out, it is all good. You have hung in there. You, the MVP. I can't even think right now, but I can channel. So, oh, Anitra, were you on when I went to go potty? And I just heard you saying go pee. Um, oh, a lot. The Emily Grace said that is very sweet of you. Appreciate that so much. A lot that said, Nahkila, scroll up to my text. Let's see. My hair is filling in, you guys. Real quick, for those of you that are on, is it, do I know where it is? I don't know. I'll show you next time because I was cleaning under my sinks in the bathroom and I don't believe it's still under there. But, anyways, listen, I forgot how much hair I lost when I unlocked my hair until I pulled it out that bag. When I say it was this wide, I lost so much hair, and all of this, and even up here, how thin it is, all of this is starting to fill in. But even right here, like I ripped out hair. It was crazy, crazy, crazy. When it's all said and done and I get my hair super healthy, I'm going to have something that I deliver to you guys about this whole experience and how I grew it and all that good stuff. But a lot of hair when I unlocked. Um, let's see. So I'm scrolling up to Alata's text. I was driving. I'm getting man and woman for pickle and tomatoes, but I'm not sure if I'm guessing that. Also, I keep thinking that I wanted a sandwich earlier with a tomato on it. That's all I got. Okay, so let me tell you what I got. Pickle was heart chakra. Tomatoes was root chakra. Super simple. Spirit was just saying think about how children have code words and they say things and they make stuff up and it means other things, right? So Spirit was just saying, like, your inner child was telling you to ground, right? Ground your heart chakra and ground your root chakra. That was it. That was it. And so literally the way you ground your heart chakra, because we know what grounding is, right? We know what that is, but literally see like a string from your heart chakra down into your root and then see it coming out of your vagina and going into the earth. You know how usually the trail is like down the thighs, down the knees, the calves, out the feet, but doing that, right? And literally as I'm saying that, what spirit is saying is like, as why am I way up here? Because it's your throat, it's affecting it, but you're starting here. But anyways, as you see it and feel it being pulled out and connecting you to Mother Earth, allow it to be like a weight that pulls whatever is in your heart chakra and in your root chakra that doesn't serve you, and then just releasing it into Mother Earth. And then, whether you have cornmeal or even sacred waters, which is your spit on the earth where you released it, and show gratitude for Mother Earth for taking it and transmuting it for you. I told you it was super simple when it came through. I was like, that was, yeah, that was it. So Emily Grace, do you have a specific question or would you like a general reading? Okay. That's what I got. I just read your message where you said you'd like to see what I got. But yeah, that was it. It was your heart chakra and your root chakra. And then what I gave you on top of that literally just came as I shared it with you as far as the exercise. So now I'm just waiting. I'm gonna pull one more card for those of you that are still on for the collective, because I'm just waiting. I could have sworn I turned that light down, but it looks like I made it brighter. Cards are all jumbled. Oh, general. Okay. So this so this is gonna be for the collective. And let me tell you, all of these fell out, but and spirit told me which one to grab for us as a collective. And it's this one. And then after this, I'm gonna do your general. So it's in reverse. So let's turn it right side up. It says the better it gets, the better it gets. And the number is 19, which is 10, the ending of cycles and the beginning of new ones. It says, when you deliberately seek positive aspects of whatever you are giving your attention to, you, in a sense, tune your vibrational tuner to more positive aspects of everything. And of course, you could tune yourself negatively as well. But as you are deliberately looking for positive aspects in yourself or in others, you will find more of those things. The better it gets, the better it gets. For you get more and more of what you are thinking about, whether you choose it or not. Right? So they say whether you want it or not, but we just cancel and deleting one across the board. So spirit is just letting you know, the better it gets, the better it gets. The better your thoughts become, the better your reality becomes. We got this, y'all. We got this. It was time. In Washington State, I had been locked for a really long time. 2016 is when I started my locks. That's not real long, but it's relatively, right. And I've been coloring them pretty much since the beginning, and they were always vibrant and healthy and thick. And then I came here, and they just started to get thin and weak, and energetically, it just started to feel dead, and I just started to feel unhappy with it. And so I unlocked it, and yeah, I lost so much hair. If I knew for sure where that bag was, because I'm still organizing and releasing. I got a pile of clothes on the bed right now, you guys, because I switch out in the seasons, right? I switch out, and I'm in the process of switching seasons. So yeah. But anyways, yeah, it's a lot of hair, a lot. And I forgot how much hair I lost until I saw it, because I'm saving the hair. But yeah, it was a lot of hair. My niece had jokes. She was like, "TT, you look like you got alopecia." We in Atlanta in line for the trap house. She's like, and I had my hair wrapped. She's like, because she looked like she got alopecia up under there. I was like, you better be glad I don't get embarrassed, because you just telling all the business. But yeah. So Anitra said, woohoo, another collective reading. Go Anitra, go Anitra. Alata said, okay, okay. Grounding, okay, got it. What makes you unlock it? Okay, I read that. But yeah, it was just time. I miss my locks though, but I'm actually excited to get my hair healthy and to be able to do different things with it. I'm excited to do braids. Cause back in the day, I used to get those. You remember when Beyonce had those me and my girlfriend braids? I used to get those when you do the micros with human hair. Um, But that was the only time I really did braids, and a few times I did like the cornrows to the back. But I'm excited to do the different braid styles and just different things. I used to literally wear my hair in a puff or in a bun all the time because I'm not great at doing hair, but I'm excited to just explore different things. And who knows, I may lock again later. I may lock again later, but we'll see. Okay, so now I'm connecting to Emily Grace. Thank you for your patience. Thank you all for your patience because y'all all been patient. I just be rambling, oversharing. I'm just playing. I don't feel like it's oversharing. I love talking to y'all. I know I saw it a lot. I saw it. Thank you. Um, so yeah, so let's see, Spirit, what message do you have for Emily Grace? I just heard Emily Grace, you have come to the right place. You are now where you belong. Your soul is now at home. It's time for you to share your gifts, not just with these people, but with the world. It's time for you to allow yourself to be seen. Everybody been hiding lately. And I just heard knitting. One of your gifts is knitting. It's time for you to create art that warms the soul, warms the heart, warms the mind, and warms the body. And what I'm receiving is knitting is a creative outlet. So I don't know if you knit already, if it's something you've been interested in, but if not, it's something to pick up. Huh. I'm just hearing you have many gifts and talents, and I'm picking up on like a Mary Poppins energy, right? Um, and they're singing that song, "Spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down." But it's a really nurturing and fun energy that I'm feeling, and Spirit would like you to let the world see more of that, right? That nurturing, fun side. You don't have to rule with an iron fist, and you don't, and this is something that the world could use more of, people who are firm and solid in their beliefs and in who they are, but they're also gentle, kind, and loving at the same time, right? This is you. You're firm and solid, and people aren't able to sway you, right? As far as your beliefs go when it comes to spirit and spirituality and things like that. And what I'm receiving is it's okay to be strong and solid without being mean and fierce. Now, fierce came up earlier in someone else's reading, but it's coming through as two different fierces, right? When they say without being mean and fierce, think of a hungry lion that's ready to pounce, right? That's the fierce that they're referring to right now. You also have a childhood wound that you haven't let go of yet, and it's time. And what I'm receiving is that wound, it festers, right? And they're showing me like a wound that, you kind of keep hitting, but every now and then you'll scratch it where nobody sees. And then next thing you know, it's bleeding. And then you go into, oh no, let me hide this, right? Let me hide this. And this is all coming through as a metaphor, but Spirit is saying if you were to heal that once and for all, it won't be there for you to scratch and you won't have to carry the shame. You don't have to carry the shame anymore. But in order to release the shame, it requires you to heal, right? Heal that childhood wound that you still carry. Because at times it makes you see the world different. It makes you see the world outside of the lens that you choose to see the world in, and outside of the lens that you know it serves your highest good to see the world in, right? It's time for you to be responsible for your own self-care and your own healing. It's time for you to make a choice. I'm hearing to rectify the decisions that you made in the past to not heal and to just sweep it under the rug. You're deserving of and you're worthy of healing, and you're deserving and worthy to receive in equal measures what you give, right? You give so much, and now it's your time to receive that. So it's about you allowing others to love you. It's about you allowing others to serve you. And this is something that way back when we had RIM, which was the original mentorship program that I had. And one of the things that Spirit had brought up in, I believe it was in one of our sessions, and it was oftentimes as healers, as light workers, as those of us that are here chosen doing this work, right? Oftentimes we're givers and we don't always allow others to give to us. But when we do that, not only are we creating an imbalance in our lives, but we're also taking away their blessings too. Because there's blessings that come from giving, right? So it's about you creating a balance for you, but also creating space for others to be blessed based on the amount of giving they're giving to you. Spirit just said you have a desire to do it, but sometimes you get stuck because it makes you feel vulnerable. So before you have an opportunity to allow others to give to you, you don't allow it because it makes you feel vulnerable, right? And so spirit would like you to push past that. And I'm going to share something with you. I am still choosing to get in that total comfortability of being served by everyone that chooses to serve me, right? I have certain people that I just serve me all the time. It's a give and take, serve me all the time. And then it's like, Anitra, I'm going to use you for an example. When we were at the airport, my connecting flight was Anitra's first flight, and Anitra had offered to serve me in a way because of my physical stuff that goes on. And at first I was like, oh, it's okay. And then Spirit said, girl, if you don't say yes. And I was like, okay, yes, please. Thank you. Right. And I know she was doing it because she loves me the same as I love her. But it was like Spirit had to remind me she wouldn't offer if she didn't feel like it. So accept it, right? Accept it. And so this is, I'm being told to share that with you because it's a learned condition to not be that way, but to not be the way of allowing others to serve us, but we can also learn to allow it, right? By simply choosing it. And when we choose to release that, because again, when any area of our life is out of balance, it throws everything else off, right? So spirit is saying it's really important for you to get in that space where you allow yourself to be served. I'm being told to tell you to eat some good food. And I don't know why grits and eggs are coming through, but then that greens, potatoes, tomatoes, that song is playing too. So it may not be specific grits and eggs, but Spirit is just saying eat good food that brings up childhood nostalgia, right? That makes you feel all warm and fuzzy and ooey gooey on the inside. Spirit just say you have time to plan for your future, but for now, be in flow. Simply flow, right? Don't overthink your future. Don't overthink or process your past, right? The only thing about your past that you're being called to do is heal. When whatever you think of, whatever comes to mind, now it's something that's coming to me, but I'm not being led to say it here on this platform out loud. But whatever's the first thing that comes to mind for you when I talk about that wound that you scratch and you hide, right? That's the only thing from your past that you're being called to give energy to. And the only energy you're being called to give to it is healing, right? Not overthinking it, not processing it, not shame, not blame, but healing, right? That's it, just healing. Everything else from the past is done, right? But that wound, it's affecting you, right? It's affecting you. I'm hearing you have time, and then I heard Whitney's song "Children of the Future" again, and then I heard "Let It Snow." So I'm just gonna allow Spirit to give me the connection. What does that mean? You have time. I believe the children of the future, and let it snow. Okay, so first of all, when I first heard that I believe children are the future, I felt something that has to do with childbirth, right? You have time. Let it snow. Huh? Okay, I was just told say it, freeze your eggs. Has that been something you've ever thought about? That's what's coming through. Freeze your eggs. I just said anything else. They said nope, that's it. But pull one card, and they're telling me from this deck. Ooh, okay. They said take that one. And look, it's hope. It's hope. 17 is 8. Spirit would like you to never lose that internal flame within you that lets you know that everything will be okay and that everything will work out in your favor and on your behalf. Spirit would like you to maintain that knowing, oh my goodness. And I'm hearing this song. He's got the whole world in his hands, right? I look down at this card. I kid you not. This is my very first time, my very first time seeing the person. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. This card has come out so many times. This deck I've had forever. My very first time seeing the person in that light. I have never seen that until now. And the song, he's got the whole world in his hands. And look, there's a person in that light. I've never seen it. I've always, whenever I get this card, this is how I see it, the way I show it to you guys. And when I look at it, now I can't unsee it though. Like literally, I can't unsee it, but I've never seen it before. But now I see it just as clear. How could I have missed it? I was meant to see it now with you, I guess. Also, what's coming through as I was looking at that too, it's about you too nurturing your inner child. And here's the thing, the theme of the inner child is coming through a lot because we're all being called to elevate to our next level, right? So many of you have gotten some sort of message relating to your inner child. The reason being is because there are certain levels and certain degrees that you cannot move past until your inner child feels safe to do so. Right now, you may move in action, right? And from the outside looking in, it may look like you're elevating, but at what cost? How are you feeling? Right? Are you stressed? Are you worried? Are you afraid? Is it work or is it joy? Right? It's not about what the outside sees. It's not about appearances. It's about what you feel, right? What you feel. And Spirit would just like to let you know that you have an intricate part to play in the sunshine of the world, is what I just heard. Okay. And now I'm being told it's so funny because I was eyeballing this deck when Spirit said that deck. And so now I'm being told to pull from this one. I don't know why when I asked before they didn't answer, but now they're saying pull. Is it that one? Okay. It fell, but I was told no. Okay. What message? Just tell me when or else let it fly out, whatever. Okay. I was told the one on the bottom that's facing up. So you have second chakra, Archangel Ariel, and it's your sacral, which makes sense based on what I was receiving as far as the wound, right? It's really about you healing your sacral chakra. That's where you're carrying that trauma. You're carrying it in your sacral chakra. So it's time to release that pain, release that trauma, release that shame, release everything associated with it. Okay. And I'm being told to tell you, you're going to be just fine. Oh, Spirit said to tell you you're in the right place and they love you already. They don't know you as a person, but they know your soul. So sit down and stay for a while. And again, don't be afraid to share your light. They're saying with all of them, and I'm going to follow it up with all of us. Okay. Okay. I asked, was there anything else I heard? Nope, that's it. So that is your message, Emily Grace. And you see it too, Anitra. I'm just, thank you for allowing me to serve you. I was so eager to read the message that I didn't thank you yet, but thank you so much. Let's see. Oh, Alana said, no, thank you. We appreciate your gift. And I appreciate y'all for coming and playing with me, connecting with me on an inner child level. Emily Grace said, I do not knit, but my daughter just bought yarn today. She wants to learn. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, it's time for you to knit a little bit too and see how you like it. Shamika said, Nahkila, it wasn't a loss. It was a transition. It was time for you to release all the energies that were attached to your locks for this new cycle you're about to step into. I'm hearing ain't. Yes, you are so right. You are so right. Yeah. Because it actually feels freeing. The most freeing part about it was because, I bought a couple of wigs, which I've been having fun with. But when I was just like, this is me now. You remember that J-Lo album, This Is Me Now? It's like, listen, I got thinning sides, thinning tops. It's filled in a lot. I've been using rice water and a few other methods to grow it, which I'll share later, like I said, but it's been growing pretty fast considering how bad it was. Um and it felt really good the day that I wore my hair without the wig and didn't really care. You know, I was like, this is me now. It is what it is. I know my journey was happening right now. Ain't nobody else got to know. And now it's filled in to the point where it's like, the way it was, like when I tell you it was bad. It was bad, really bad. But yeah, you're right. It was a part of the transition for sure. Cause yeah, it was the energy too in the locks. It just it was time, it was time. Yeah. So thank you for that. Thank you so much. Um Shamika said, I'm hearing ain't no stopping you now. On the move. Thank you. Yes, I claim it. I claim it. I claim it. And what's so funny is I really love the convenience of locks, but my hair care is a whole self-love, self-care routine. Like typically I start the process the day before the wash. Or it's a 2-day process, right? So I used to put this oil on it before, but now I've come up with this method where I wash it and then I put the conditioner on with the this oil, this almond powder and olive oil. I heat up on the stove and I sleep in it with the conditioner with that. And oh my gosh, my hair is so soft and moisturized after. And then of course I use rice water, but it's like a whole self care 2-day thing, right? Just to nurture my own hair, which is not something I ever really enjoyed. But hey, it's my way of pouring into me. And he just said, "Wow, I see the person." Emily Grace said that was a good description of me as well. Mary Poppins energy. I love it. I am trying to have that peace that passes understanding. Thank you so much for your time and energy. And you know what, Cancer Lead, I'm trying because when you say I'm trying, your unconscious mind hears, "Don't do it." I'm choosing to have that peace, right? So, and you're so welcome. Thank you for allowing me to serve you, and thank you for joining us. Shamika said, that is why Spirit allowed Alatha to offer to give Emily a reading. It's time to open up yourself to receive all the seeds you have planted. It's time for them for them to harvest. Don't let your ego hold you back. Yes, and so it is. And so it is. Alatha said, these lives are powerful. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. I'm grateful. Emily Rose said, yes, my first reaction is to say, no, thank you. You're too kind type of reaction. But I was taken aback from your kindness to me, someone you don't know, that gift. Yeah, a lot that she's talking to you. So, yeah, it's amazing. Our community is amazing. It just feels like home. At least it feels that way to me, y'all. It feels like home. I feel good. Now I feel like James Brown. So, but anyways, you guys, thank you so much. It is almost 10 o'clock. Can y'all believe it? I know you can because we've done this before where we be on like this. Oh, I love you too. And you are so welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you. You guys, you know what? I'm not even tired. I'm not, I'm not even sleepy, but I know it's adrenaline. Um, oh, thank you, Alata. You're sweet. So yeah, I know it's adrenaline. I don't let me see something. I'm looking, you guys, to see. Okay, I was gonna say I don't think I have any sessions tomorrow, but I do. I have one. But I have a lot of, you know, other stuff to do. The stuff I'm manifesting a team to do. Cause yeah, it's certain stuff I don't enjoy. So I do have that tomorrow. So I know Spirit is like, so get you some sleep. So I'm gonna be obedient and I'm gonna do what serves my highest good, which is get me some sleep. But anyways, thank you all so much. Those of you that are still on, thank you for joining. Remember, next month, the first Wednesday of December at 5 p.m. Eastern, invite people to join because whoever has the most people, you'll get a free reading. The most people to join. They'll just say, so and so sent me, and then you'll get a free reading. So, Anitra said, it does feel like home. I'm grateful for the love and light I received from the soul family. Yes, I'm grateful too. I'm grateful too. So, good night, you guys. I love you so much, and I will see you in the comments. For those of you that are in the Activating You mentorship, I'll see you in the group. We got group session. If you haven't scheduled already, do because the link is already available. And let's see, where else will I see you? Social media, right? I'll see you all over the place. And then next month, I'll see you live here again. Be there or be whatever shape you choose to be. Okay, now I'm being corny, y'all. Good night. I love you. Have a good night. Oh, oh, oh man.